much. I will call to order the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners this Wednesday, September 14th. And I will ask our manager, do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay, thank you. I would like to note for anyone in the audience that the item ordinance for acquisition of Lazy Glen Open Space Bridge easement is going to be continued to September 28th. And also the Deadwood Ranch CD PUD amendment lot line adjustment merger activity envelope review and GMQS exemption, as well as ranch rezoning and code amendments, are also going to be continued. We will take a motion to continue those when we get to the public land use hearings, but if anyone's here for those items, there you go. I will now ask for public comments. Are there members of the public here who would like to speak? Please come forward, identify yourself for the record. MZ, come on up. First hand I see.
Thank you.
My nomenclature is MZVs to the third. Well, I have a proposition for you. Also, I have a proposition for the people of Pitkin County. It's like doing a little bit of restructuring in terms of the organization, how the county runs. I'd like you to consider, and I mean, when I mean consider, like seriously, like we have like a space probe. We have 2 probes that are out of the solar system because of the Jet Propulsion Lab in California, right? Nuclear power. They started out when I was real young. Okay, this is it. The Sheriff's Department to have a finance department. Reasons? Well, the reason I would look at, the sheriff is an elected official. And he should share in the decisions, really, of what his budget should be, or his department's budget should be. And if I were to take it just a little bit more in terms of a logic sequence, the other elected official in terms of the county is who? The county recorder and clerk. That's also an interesting possibility. Now, with this consideration, if it were to come to fruition, we would have to look at no unfunded mandates from the Board of County Commissioners. I just want you to consider this because it is an important decision, and it is one that will also make this county much more effective when it comes for policies and also when it comes for law enforcement working in a proper way. Now, I will just leave this consideration for you and for the public. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Madam.
Okay, are there other members of the public who would care to comment on items today, not on today's agenda? Okay, there being none, I will close the public comment section and turn it to board member comments. Is anyone, Patty?
Yeah, again, as I think I said at the last meeting, we are closing in on winter, so please get out this weekend and enjoy the beautiful weather. And as Michael showed me today, if you are in the area of Clark's Market, there are amazing flowers still in bloom like it's just the middle of summer. So it's really worth a trip down there to see it because it's beautiful. So enjoy the weather, stay safe, and get ready for winter.
Thank you very much. And George, you have comments?
I would say let's enjoy fall first. Kind of rushing the seasons a bit.
I'm planning ahead.
Very good. Michael, any comments today? And Commissioner Child is not with us today. Let the record reflect he is representing us where, John?
I believe at the Alpine
Area
Agency on Aging. I think I got that wrong.
the 4A.
The 4As. And I would note that he had already recused himself from the discussion of the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus because he lives in that area and his wife serves on one of the boards, so that's why he is not here. I would just simply make a comment that I will not be at next Tuesday's work session. I am taking a vacation. So, thank you very much. I usually have a business trip, but this is the first time it's just pure vacation. So, thank you very much on that. Is there a item, a motion to approve the minutes?
Second?
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We have a consent public hearing. This is an application submitted by the 13 Moons Ranch Limited Liability Corporation for a special event permit. And Jeanette Jones, you will be presenting this information for us.
Jeanette Jones, Deputy County Clerk to the Board. This is an application for a special event liquor license for 13 Moons Ranch LLC for a special event that they're holding on September 24th. And I have with me today Joey Stokes and Tyler Mabius. And if you have any questions further about the special use permit, Michael Kramer is in the audience with us. And as I typically do, I think I'll turn it over to the applicant so they can talk about their event and answer any questions you might have.
And let us know when, where, and how tickets are available, please.
Sure. The event is on September 24th, next Saturday, from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock. It's a family-friendly bike affair, so we're encouraging people to ride down the bike path as the property is located at 6334 Highway 133. And the tickets are available at the Beat and at the Roaring Fork Beer Company, and along with Aloha Bicycles. And it's called the Crystal River Wild and Scenic Social, and we brought together various key stakeholders of the Crystal Valley, such as Thompson Divide Coalition, the Crystal Valley Caucus, the Wild and Scenic Wilderness Workshop, and we're really just providing a platform or an opportunity for everybody to get together in an informal social environment to just talk about the Crystal Valley and agriculture, and specifically the current movement around the designation of the Crystal River as the Wild and Scenic designation. So to give more information to people.
Okay, thank you. This is a consent public hearing. Are any members of the public here to comment? I will open that public hearing. Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. Board member comments, questions, or motions?
I'd make a motion to approve.
I will second, and thank you for coming forward and announcing this event.
Yeah, we got 2 seconds on that one because we're all so supportive. I hope you have a great turnout, and I'm sorry I won't be in town to catch that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good to see you.
The individual consideration items with one reading. The first is a citizen board appointments. This is to reappoint, let's see, where is it? We, as a county, very much depend on the advice and guidance and suggestions of our citizen advisory boards. One of those very important boards, which is taking a larger and larger role in our county, is the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. And so I would like to thank these current board members who have served well and who have reapplied and hope to continue giving their volunteer time. That is Dave Nixa, Lisa Tasker, and Andre Willie. Is there a motion to approve the reappointment of those members? Okay,
I will second.
Michael's moved. It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. The next item is Kim Dubois. Is she here? They're hiding behind the podium. Thank you very much. This is the approval of the state 3-year core services plan for child welfare services. Please, if you'd like to give us a little what this grant does for our community and why we should
Great,
approve it.
thank you. Yes, Kim Dubois, Adult and Family Services Manager, and this is in relation to the child welfare services, both prevention and intervention services. The goal of this specific funding, it's outside of our annual allocation, it's in addition to that, and it's basically to provide any services to help preserve safe and stable families in our community. What we typically use that funding resource on are home-based services, life skills services, therapeutic services, and a few other things. We contract out with some providers for some of those services, and we also provide that internally within our department as well. So we're asking today if you would approve the 3-year plan, and then also if approved, that the Health and Human Services Director could sign annual amendments to this. The other piece I just wanted to point out, I'm sorry, it's such a long document for 5 pages of information, really. But this is the plan that is used for every county in the state. So there are some very large counties that use this, in our county, which is smaller. And so sorry that we probably killed a few trees with this. So do you have any questions about that, or?
Board member?
I have a question.
Patty?
So in the future, the Director of Human Health Services, Nan Sundin currently.
Right.
She will run those amendments by the county manager
Right.
before signature,
Right.
just like
Right.
we've been doing with all the other documents.
Right,
Okay.
right.
I approve of that. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? And then I think, along with that comment, Patty, there's a certain threshold of dollar changes at which they would be brought back to the board.
Back to the
So,
board.
okay, thank you very much on that. And I would note, again for the record, that Nan Sundin is in Denver, I believe, today, attending a larger child welfare, well, it's not really child welfare.
CCAP, I think?
It's the CCAP and other child services reallocations that the state is looking at. And so I really appreciate her standing up for us down there. It's a long
absolutely.
way to go. It's often dominated just by Front Range counties, and they forget the needs of rural areas. So thanks, Nan, for being there on that. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion
Thanks,
carries.
Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate that. The next item on the agenda, I think, is John Peacock going to present an ordinance to purchase property at 123 Emma Road, Basalt.
Thank you, Rachel. John Peacock, County Manager. What is before the board today is the first reading of an ordinance authorizing purchase of 123 Emma Road. And in just a minute, I'm going to fix the exposure on the map here and show you where that is. But before I do that, just a quick bit of background. The property that we are looking at is currently the property that the county has leased space in for temporary offices. We entered into those leases of February this year, and then in June of this year, that property came on the market for sale. Staff immediately began the process of looking at both the short and long-term benefits of potentially acquiring the property. The short-term benefits being, would there be any cost avoidance opportunities for the county in acquiring the property for the term of our 2-year lease? Long-term, what we looked at was, are there opportunities that we may want to consider long-term for locating services or having a county facility down valley? In terms of the short-term benefits, staff is prepared to talk about an analysis that just based on rent avoidance, as well as common area maintenance charge avoidance, as well as taking over existing leases in the site, there is a 2-year positive financial benefit of purchasing the building of just over $140,000. Long-term, staff is preparing recommendations for the board to consider for the potential long-term uses of the facility and benefits of the facility, which we'd be prepared to talk about during second reading. The property itself, see if I can fix this. I had it all set up and then I turned it off, and everything. No, that is, I didn't know it all reset. So the property itself is located in Basalt. It is in Pickens County. On the map, this is Highway 82. This is Basalt Avenue and the roundabout. This is the Valero gas station. The property itself is located here. It is, let's see, 15,763 square feet of space. I don't have, I can get the acreage for you. I don't have the exact acreage written down, but it's on the balance of this report. The property was originally offered at $3.9 million. The county has negotiated a price of $3.3 million, which is at about $209 a square foot. That, of course, is pursuant to us finishing our due diligence reviews on structure appraisal, all the standard contingencies that we typically include in a contract. Subject to us not having any significant findings there, we'd be recommending a purchase price of $3.3 million. If we do have significant findings there, then we will obviously be relooking at that price. So what is in front of you today is first reading of an ordinance authorizing the chair or the chair's designee to sign documents necessary to purchase this property for up to $3.3 million, dependent on contingencies being satisfied. And with that, I'd answer questions.
Patty?
Yeah, just to clarify for the public, when you mention the future possibility of county facilities being in that area of Basalt, which we've talked about over the years many times, and we attempted to try that many, many years ago. I just want to be clear to the public, it would be extension of services offered up here, such as clerk and recorders, car registration, possibly election offices of some sort, ComDev maybe on a couple days a week, but that it would just be extension of what we're having here. We wouldn't be actually moving an entire department as of right now, but just extending our services.
That's correct, Bay. I think it's looking at what the future service needs of the county are and how we as a county organization are going to provide those services. There's a number of opportunities that we're exploring out there right now that we'll bring some of those back to you on the 28th.
Great.
So you can evaluate whether the long-term interest of purchasing this property makes sense from the public's perspective and your perspective. But you're exactly right. It would be most likely used as satellite facilities where we could extend services either for part of a week or a full week or on an as-needed basis. And it may also make sense for some county services or even partnerships. We're in partnerships where we provide facilities, for example, to nonprofit entities and such. There may be opportunities there that make sense for us to pursue.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Additional board, George?
So is it unusual or is it a benefit for the county to purchase a building whose tenants include a bar, a Chinese restaurant, and Subway?
I'll put it in the category of unusual, particularly for us, but it's not unheard of. As we're aware, right next to us is a publicly owned facility in the Rio Grande where there's a lease to a restaurant. There are times when, because of opportunities where maybe facilities, the opportunity to acquire a facility is there, but the facility may be larger than what's immediately needed. It's not unheard of for a public entity to lease a balance of that facility out so that there isn't an unnecessary expenditure of public dollars. I think our intent right now is obviously to enjoy the cost savings on the rent and CAM, and also enjoy the benefit. We've made a significant investment in the facility in terms of improving it, that we get to enjoy if we own the asset, whether we sell it or retain it for future county uses. So our intent would be to honor the leases as they stand for those tenants. It's certainly unusual for us as Pickens County, but not unusual for that kind of public-private partnership in other areas.
And in the interim, it helps with our cash flow in terms of the purchase price and.
That's absolutely right. And, depending on the scope and scale of potential future uses, it may make sense to continue a lot of those relationships in terms of leasing some of the space for private uses and retaining some of the spaces for public uses. That will be an ongoing analysis. But you're exactly right. Those lease payments help offset the cost and are part of what make this a benefit in terms of us acquiring the property.
Thank you. Michael?
Would it be possible to have a DMV there?
Well, so there's two questions. In terms of physical space, yes. In terms of our partnership with the state and our ability to administer a DMV for driver's license, I think that would require further discussion with the state and the clerk. But what it does open up is a possibility for us to work with the clerk to extend our existing services for license plates and renewals and vehicle registrations. And if we can work out an acceptable arrangement with the state for DMV services, it may even open up the possibility, if the board so wished to use the asset that way, to maybe offer space even for the state to offer DMV services Mid-Valley. So I think the possibility is there. I can't tell you that we could do it for sure 100% until we have those discussions with the state and the clerk.
And maybe Eagle County would be a partner with us in that, since it would serve their county, that western end of Eagle County. So it'd be a convenient.
We could open those conversations, yeah. And that's I think what we saw long-term is, while we haven't nailed down long-term specific uses, the possibilities of this site, and it's located very favorably right on a RAFTA bus stop. It's very visible from the highway. It's within walking distance of downtown Basalt, that the possibilities for a number of services to be conveniently located there, and our potential desire to do that in the future was really a promising aspect that we identified, and one of the reasons that we're recommending purchase to retain those long-term options.
Okay. Thank you. And this is just first reading of this item. There will be a second reading and public hearing for additional comment and consideration. And as you said, John, we'll be hearing additional information about the structural and those sort of items as we go forward. I do believe, as you have explained, that there are really a lot of great potentials for the county and the residents of the county through this, as well as fiscal responsibility. So let's see, is there a motion to approve the ordinance to purchase property at 123 Emma Road, Basalt, and that is a up to price, John, of
$3.3 million.
$3.3 million, and set for public hearing on September 28th.
So moved.
Second?
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thanks, John.
It has passed and will be moving forward. And we hope to hear any comments from the public on the 28th. The next is an ordinance accepting a covenant for maintenance of rockfall barrier and stormwater facilities for Lot 20 Little Cloud LLC, first reading.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you.
Just identify yourself.
Suzanne Wolf, Community Development. If you all recall, Lot 20 Little Cloud was in front of you in July, getting their final approval for the site plan. The property's at the end of 2nd Street. right at the base of Shadow Mountain. And one of the requirements of that approval was that they come back with a covenant for maintenance of a rockfall barrier that's required to protect the house, and also stormwater facilities. I think you'll remember we had some pretty extensive conversations with the neighbors, Ajax Condos, as well as the city of Aspen, concerns about stormwater impacts on the city street, public right-of-way, as well as the adjacent property owners. So this covenant is in the form that we have now used several times for the Celestial property, the adjacent Lot 2 Little Cloud property, to accept a covenant for the ongoing maintenance of those facilities. And so this would satisfy the requirement. This is an ordinance, so it will require 2 readings. So this is just the first reading. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a question as to the fact this covenant will run with the land, so it runs with the title, not the ownership, right?
Correct.
And I have another question, and I don't know if you can answer this, but can that property be subdivided and those units sold as separate units, or do you know?
I
Can we have
can't
2
remember now off
owners
the
on
top of my head if we've put some restriction on that.
Because it's my understanding the property is for sale and that it possibly is, each unit is being sold separately.
They would condominiumize, is my understanding, right, as
I would
opposed
do
to a
that.
subdivision.
That's what my thinking was. The other
Yeah.
question is, since there's been disturbance from the neighboring property on that driveway easement that is of significant concern for stormwater runoff for the Little Ajax condos and their rather expensive stormwater system that they have, we just need to be sure until this is finalized and the neighbor can move forward with their construction activity, that that stormwater containment remains in place, especially with upcoming weather. I do not want to see any injury to that neighboring stormwater system because it's the expense would be incurred by the owners of those individual units. And so I think we need to be very careful with that. Good. I know we've been doing a good job. just
Yeah,
wanna
I
make
think
sure we
between
maintain
the city and the county,
Perfect.
people have been keeping an eye on that.
Great, thank
so.
you.
Yeah, I just was, just to tag on to Patty, I think the last time we had the neighbors in here, they were in the process of meeting with the city in terms of being able to tap into their drainage system, is that correct? Or how what's the status?
Little Ajax, the employee housing complex next door, is already part of the city's stormwater system. They did have to, I guess, I probably don't know all the proper details, but they have a fairly extensive system that works into, then takes the water into the city system. So their concern was that they had an expenditure for their system that feeds into the city system, and they wanted to make sure that wasn't impacted from the new development. So they will also have to deal with their stormwater, which then will also feed into the city's system. But city engineering is, we're definitely all coordinating their part of that whole review process.
Yeah, we had discussed a lot of this during the land use application. This is a remnant portion of that needs to be completed, and this is first reading. So what I'd like is, for second reading, perhaps you could bring forward, have the property owners fulfilled the types of commitments they made verbally and at the final land use hearing, because there were commitments of working with Little Ajax, and I think it's very important that we make sure those commitments are satisfied, but perhaps you could prepare the packet for that next reading to include those items and how that's being fully addressed. And it will be a public hearing, so if it's not fully addressed and the neighbors want to come in and let us know that, we'll hear from them too. Is there a motion for approval of an ordinance accepting a covenant of maintenance of rockfall barrier and stormwater facilities for Lot 20 Little Cloud LLC on first reading, set for public hearing September 28th?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion or comments? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thanks, Suzanne, for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much, and we will look forward to hearing that. We now have an individual consideration item, emergency ordinance first reading, set for confirmatory reading on September 28th. This is an emergency resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Snowmass Village for a digital trunk radio site. It is a tower site behind their existing town hall, and it is part of the rollout of improved both emergency communications as well as public broadband. Please.
Right. I'm Drew Peterson, a communications project engineer for Pitkin County. As the board is aware, the county is building a telecommunications site, a 40-foot monopole tower and equipment shelter behind the town of Snowmass Village Town Hall. It is for a digitally trunk radio system, which is our upgrade for public safety countywide. As part of this functionality, we need an agreement between the town of Snowmass Village as for the maintenance, operation, and construction of this tower. So I brought before you an emergency resolution to sign and approve an intergovernmental agreement between the county and the town of Snowmass Village. In a nutshell, to go over it, the agreement is mostly jargon except for specifically recitals 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, and 18, which mostly specify the agreements on either side of the agreement. The town of Snowmass Village will provide us space to build a tower, keep it clean, keep it protected from any bothers, and the county is willing to construct, build, and maintain the equipment on the tower as well as in the shelter. Further recitals go down to specify if the town of Snowmass does choose they do not want the site anymore, they can notify the county with a 30-day notice, at which point we will review with the town of Snowmass if there's a possible way to go around removing the site, any possible changes we could make to make it more acceptable for the town of Snowmass Village. And if there is not, there will be a further hearing to determine what will be done, and the town of Snowmass Village will assist in finding a new location for the telecommunications site. It also details on future usage as far as if the county wishes to make maintenance upgrades, additional antennas, dishes to the tower, they'll go through the town of Snowmass Village. And if a third-party provider, such as a cellular network or other, would like to get on the tower, it goes through provisions as to who has rights to the installation and potential profits from that agreement. This is crucial for the public safety for town of Snowmass Village. This tower will provide coverage for the resort and the town, and will have a direct T1 link to the new dispatch center at North 40. All budgetary considerations, there are no changes at this time. All of the costs and expenditures were figured out in a meeting with the board on March 15th of this year, so there's no budgetary impacts. This is simply a resolution to affirm that we will build a tower. Town of Snowmass will not destroy the tower unintentionally, and that will cover costs if anything happens.
Nice to it.
Yeah, and we'll get it up and running for public safety.
Thank you very much, Drew. And just to be clear, the nature of this as an emergency resolution is more about timing
Correct.
than about an emergency. So,
Correct.
We are running out of our construction season rapidly, and we're trying to move forward with those improvements as quickly as possible. There will be a confirmatory reading of this on September 28th. Patty?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up too, that the nature of it is because of weather. And as George said, we need to enjoy the rest of fall, so hopefully we'll extend that fall season and we can get this tower installed.
Agreed.
I think it's crucial for the public to know too that this is just another part of our process to create a valley-wide and further better communication system for all, for the public and the private sector. So I think it's important that we move forward with this.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Michael?
So, John Healy, does Snowmass now go through an approval process for this tower?
Well, ultimately, it's a decision for Snowmass itself. I believe, however, that the site is already approved for this type of use and this type of construction.
So there shouldn't be a problem in terms of land use.
We've been in the discussions from a land use perspective with Snowmass, and the agreement is coming post those discussions, so there should not be a land use problem.
So they're going to go through a land use process.
They go through a review, but they've already gone through, it's a site review, I think.
Yeah,
that they've gone
all
through.
the reviews and processes have been completed on the side of town of Snowmass Village. They've also adopted a resolution to sign this intergovernmental agreement pending any minor changes that could be made from either party. But they have approved the land use and the tower construction. They're withholding the building permit until the intergovernmental agreement is in place, at which point we can erect the structure and the tower.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any further questions? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have a resolution for Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, the REMP program, funding for the 2016-2017 Community Office of Resource Efficiency Programs and Grants. Cindy Hubin will be presenting.
Hi, Cindy Hubin, Community Development Director with Marty Treadway from the Corps. And today we're going to talk about, first of all, the resolution for expenditures of the REMP, the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, for the annual review of the grants as well as operating funds for Corps. So I'll let Marty talk a little bit about it, but I think the major point from your first reading is that we consolidated the Pitkin County funding that was approved into one overall total funding, which came out to be $290 or something like that. I've got it right here. $230,500 into one total, and Pitkin County can determine its needs from a landfill perspective, public works perspective for the PV system, and also the Pitkin County Sheriff's Facility upgrade for energy. So that, I think, was the biggest change in the resolution since you've seen it. So anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Marty Treadway with the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. Yes, that's the only change, was to consolidate those to allow the county some flexibility. Corps staff and Corps board had a little bit of concern about the scale of the sheriff's facility being a new building and a new construction project, that there should be the leeway for the county to put more resources to that project if so desired, since the PV can be supported at a future time with no timeliness component to it. So,
Okay.
Other questions?
Patty?
And it's, so the public knows, this is the REMP program is a joint program with the City of Aspen. And it's my understanding that City of Aspen, the town council or city council has already approved this?
yes, they did.
And they have a one reading, and we have two?
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
final
So we're
approval
moving
here.
it along?
Right.
Yep.
This is a public hearing. I will open it up to the public hearing to see if there are any members of the public here who would like to comment on this item. There being none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further discussion or motions or questions.
I'll move to approve. And thank you for the effort that goes into this grant program. It's great.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Very good. Motion carries. And we will now move into the next item, which is a resolution to opt into the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, known as CPACE. This is also a public hearing.
Yes, thank you. And again, we don't have any changes from the first reading, but just to remind everyone, this is it's the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, and basically what it does is it allows commercial entities access to fairly low interest loans with no upfront costs for larger renovation work. If it's related to saving energy or saving water, can qualify under this program. This is an opt-in program. There's no obligation to the county. There's a small 1% administrative fee that could be gained by county staff administering these, but that's the only sort of fiscal transaction with the county.
And if someone were interested in finding out more about the program, who would they contact to do that?
That would be us at CORE, the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. Mona Newton, our Executive Director, is sort of our in-house expert on CPACE. So she would be the one to
Your
contact.
phone number or email address?
970-925-9775, and she's extension 500.
Thank you.
Yep.
George?
Marty, Corps will be doing an outreach program to businesses and to let them know this is now available and how to go about if they're interested.
Yes, really, that's probably CORE's primary role here, is to assist in outreach, getting the word out that this is another tool in the toolkit available for commercial entities in the valley, in addition to the other rebates and incentives that we provide.
Patty?
Can I just give a little background? It's my understanding that this is CPACE is a statewide program that counties need to opt into if they want to have this program administered within their county. We are still working on the residential side of this. I think there are some counties that are doing this over on the Front Range, but we have not yet gotten up to speed on that. There were some snags with funding, federal funding for housing that was of concern, and that this program is a benefit because of the efforts of Gail Schwartz when she was in the state Senate. And so we're hoping that she can help us facilitate with any issues on a federal level, as she is now running for United States Congress. And she worked very, very hard to get this through at a statewide, so counties could take advantage of it if they so chose. So I'm happy that we are finally moving this forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Or, okay, this is a public hearing. Is there any members of the public here to speak to this item? There being none, I will close the public hearing and accept a motion from the board.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move into item number 8, which is the ordinance for the acquisition of Lazy Glen open space bridge easements. This item is to be continued until September 28th so that a survey of the parcels can be done. I am going to open the public hearing in case anyone has a comment who showed up today, then we'll close that and then we'll take a motion to continue. So I'm opening the public comment. Anyone have any comments on the Lazy Glen Bridge easement acquisitions?
Try that one again.
Okay, there being none, I will close that public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion to continue until September 28th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. There we go. Item number 9, a resolution authorizing the emergency manager's performance grant. Valerie, welcome.
I'm Valerie McDonald. I'm the Pickens County Emergency Manager, and I'm here with the second reading of a resolution asking the board to authorize the acceptance of the State Homeland Security Office of Emergency Management Performance Grant. The purpose of this grant is to fund a portion of our emergency management budget in the county, and to ensure that we have a comprehensive all-hazard emergency management program. A perfect example of the type of project this helps fund is a training exercise that emergency management is facilitating next Tuesday. We're having a full emergency operations center activation out at our dedicated Emergency Operations Center, which is at Mountain Rescue Aspen. The board is invited to attend. All 15 representatives from all 15 of our emergency support function teams will be staffing the Emergency Operations Center. I can't divulge what the terrible scenario we will be practicing on will be yet, but it'll be bad, and all 15 teams will be working through the process and what they would be doing to support our incident management team were there to be a bad emergency disaster in Pickens County. So you're all invited to, the board is invited to attend that next Tuesday. Just stop in, feel free. It's 8:30 till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
If approved, if the board approves this grant, this will be the third consecutive year that we have successfully applied for and been granted $65,000. Any questions?
Greatly appreciate that, Patty.
So this disaster training, was it just last year that we did the one with the mudslides and the closure of the highway and the infrastructure that was damaged along the way, and there were mudslides around the county, which was ironic since shortly thereafter, within 24 hours maybe, we did experience a mudslide, so we were up and ready to go. And I think what's really interesting, having gone out there and visited the site during the drill, is to see how well these different entities work together. And I think what's really key to this is that it creates kind of a face-to-face relationship amongst all these different entities. So at the time of a real disaster or need for emergency response, there's already an established relationship, and that's huge as far as being able to go through all the efforts that it takes to manage an emergency issue. So I appreciate this training opportunity, and I'll try and stop by that morning.
The training exercise we did last year was an exercise based on a scenario where we had exceeded local capabilities, and we called into the Northwest Region Type 3 Incident Management Team to work with our incident management team. And I should mention, next Tuesday we also have our not only local reps, but we have regional, state, and federal partners participating with us as well, because there is great value in having them know who we are, where our EOC is, and who the players are, and vice versa.
Yeah, I think that's huge. Thanks for doing that.
Great, thank you. Any other board questions? This is a public hearing. I will open the public hearing on the authorization to receive the emergency manager's grant. Is there anyone here to speak to that item? There being none, I will close that item, and we will accept a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been motioned,
Thanks,
it's been
Valerie.
seconded. With no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. We are now up to the recognition of the Snowmass Creek Caucus, and I am anticipating a little bit of a lengthy discussion here. And so I am going to call for a quick 5-minute recess so we can all get a little water and get set up, and then we will move on to that item. But thank you for your patience, and we'll be with you soon.
Rachel. And there's a sign-up sheet going around. If you decide you want to talk and you didn't sign up, you'll be given an opportunity. We're just trying to get an idea of how long the meeting's going to go. Does anyone know where that sign-up sheet is?
It's making its way
Went outside.
Great minds think alike, right? What's that, John? John? I know. Rachel's got to leave for Denver. No, we're going home. I don't know. I may be running home right now.
You have to sign up. I didn't say there, but you said that. No, I wondered. There's a.
I am. We have total discretion. And I am going to be in this week's.
Patty in particular can do any goddamn thing she wants.
He's been telling me that. He's been telling me that for 14 years, and I said.
Every time you try, he's like, hey, you can't.
I told somebody today I'd been in office 16. I lied. She believed me, so I've only been in 14. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, no, yeah, this would be a spicy one to walk in on the first time.
I spent hours.
You're gonna miss somebody on this.
And I still don't know what I'm doing. I wrote out all kinds of different scenarios. So I'm just going to flip a coin. Okay, this side or this side? Which stances?
You haven't read all that public.
Everything.
No, shit. I was gonna say if you didn't, you could always.
I'm going to hear it all right now. Again. Oh, look, there's more pages. Oh, look, there's more that I did. I don't know what I'm going to do.
It's a tough call.
I talked with John about it earlier, and I said, I'm in the middle. I'm this way.
Say that.
Those two are going to say move it, and he's going to say no.
Well, splitting hairs would be to say caucus is better left intact. And if you don't recognize the new one, all you're going to do is have dissenting opinions out into the future. Perhaps.
Better to sever the tie now.
Split it now and hope for reconciliation down the road. Going to both sides.
we're back on the air. Thank you, everyone. I think it was good to take a little stretch before we go into this item. And this is how we're going to proceed. I'm going to ask John Ely, our attorney, to give us an introduction to the item and the standards as they do exist in the code. I'm going to ask the proponents of the new caucus area to give a 5-minute discussion of why and what or whatever you'd like to say, and 5 minutes to designate speakers of the opponents who do not believe the board should vote in favor of recognition. And then we will open the public hearing. We have circulated a sign-up sheet. I will just go straight down that list and call people. We will ask you to keep your comments close to 2 minutes. We have, as you might imagine, received a vast quantity of letters, which our board has been reading over the past 3 weeks. We will then bring it back to the board and make comments, discussion, and whatever. So let's begin with our attorney, John Ely, discussing this item for us.
Thank you, Rachel. I think you mentioned this already, but if you hadn't, this is the second reading and a public hearing on the resolution that is proposed to the VOCC for recognition of a newly formed caucus to be called the Snowmass Creek Caucus. It is brought before the board for consideration pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, in particular Article 4 of the Charter. The board has considered this matter 2 previous meetings, the second of which the VOCC entertained at first reading the resolution that is still in front of the board and accepted that proposed resolution on first reading. Can't hear.
Okay, good. Let's get that over.
Sorry about that. Is that better? Yes. Okay. I didn't say anything particularly important. Don't worry about it. At any rate, so caucuses in the county certainly evoke quite a bit of emotion, as can be seen. The caucuses are an interesting organization. They are found only in Pitkin County in the state of Colorado, to my knowledge. I don't know about other states, but in this state, only in Pitkin County. They're a function of the charter and not of state statute or state law. They exist as a means, one means, for local citizens of a particular neighborhood or community or sub-geographic area within the county to present concerns and recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on any topic whatsoever that concerns them. There is no particular power associated with individual caucuses. In fact, the only function they have is to recommend action to the BOCC and to other county agencies, boards, or staff. The caucuses themselves are completely independent of the Board of County Commissioners and the county itself. Several of the caucuses have organized as nonprofit corporations. Several have received 501c3 designations from the IRS for accepting money and to operate as nonprofit organizations and charitable organizations. They engage in activities independent of the county quite frequently, including litigation. And in fact, one caucus even sued the county at one point in time. But what we have is an institutional recognition of the ability for people to talk directly to the BOCC, and through this, a means to encourage local communities to organize, to communicate with themselves, to foster that sense of community among themselves, and to debate and discuss issues and bring them to the BOCC. As a consequence, many charters or many caucuses do speak with a unified voice, although that is not always the case, and the county recognizes that any minority voices or opinions that are expressed during a caucus meeting or a caucus vote or debate can be and should be presented to the BOCC, so the BOCC board knows the full scope of discussions that may have occurred at the caucus level. The caucuses don't give people anything additional to what people already have. People already have the ability to associate and assemble however they feel. People already have the ability to petition the county, to address the county, and to address their specific elected officials. This is simply an institutional recognition of that ability. With the recognition of the BOCC of caucus areas, though, there is afforded to those caucus areas the ability to prepare and produce their own individual master plans, as well as receive some modicum of financial assistance to facilitate meeting during the course of the year. So that's what we're dealing with all of the emotions and alliances and allegiances that are attached to our local caucuses, in my opinion at least, reflect the viability and the importance of caucuses within the county. So within the charter, there is a broad and not specific methodology for the establishment of charters. In my opinion, it's done this way to facilitate this coalescing of community elements and to facilitate and encourage discussion within individual neighborhoods of topics and issues that are of concern to local residents, local to a neighborhood or a specific area. When an individual caucus seeks to be recognized by the BOCC, it's incumbent upon a qualified elector to bring a request for that recognition to the BOCC. In this case, that qualified elector is Jan Martin, and she has filed such a request with the BOCC, which has initiated these meetings to the point that we are at today. When a qualified elector seeks to establish a caucus, what that qualified elector needs to do is to conduct a meeting at a convenient time and place, and to engage in an informational campaign that is conducted to ensure that all qualified electors and non-resident property owners in the proposed caucus area knows of the meeting to be held and the purpose for which that meeting is being called. The means or methods of calling such a meeting, the satisfaction of these broad requirements that I just listed are not specified within the charter. It is left for the individuals seeking to establish the charter to define them for themselves and for the BOCC to accept them as reasonable or not. There has been discussion among elements of the Snowcap Caucus as a whole, and certainly the new area proposed to be the Snowmass Creek Caucus area, as to whether or not there can be a new caucus superimposed upon an existing caucus. There is no prohibition to this within the charter. And to my way of thinking, it's logical not to assume that that would be a prohibition, simply because the more neighborhood voices or the more coalescing of individual concerns into a group, into a community of interest, the better. The better for people to express themselves through their friends and neighbors, the better for the BOCC to hear the variety of concerns and recommendations that might be brought to them. Only one caucus can exist in any geographic area. If this proposed caucus is recognized, it will supersede at least a portion of the geographic area now currently occupied, I guess, perhaps is the right word, by the Snowcap Caucus. So there is, in recognizing a particular area as an area of a caucus, there's no requirement to follow creek or valley or drainages or things of that type. The only thing that is required is that the area be geographically contiguous to the greatest extent possible, which means that even that requirement is not an imperative. Apart from that geographic contiguity, the only other requirement within the area is that the caucus area has common social, economic, cultural, and environmental communities of interest. So, in particular to the request here, it's not relevant under the terms of the charter, motivations for the request of recognition, or the intent of the qualified elector bringing that request for recognition. The only thing under the charter that is of import as to whether or not this proposed charter was determined and discussed at a meeting of convenient time and a place wherein it was preceded by an information campaign to ensure that all qualified electors and non-resident property owners knew of the meeting taking place and what the meeting was being called for. With that, I guess if the board has any questions, be happy to answer them. Otherwise, let the members of the public address the board.
Board members, any questions for John at this time? We can certainly ask him questions later.
Questions later.
Okay, thank you. Would the proponents of the new caucus come up and address, if you'd like to? If you don't want to, you don't have to.
No, since, I'm just saying, since we went first last time, we'd like to defer to the end.
Okay, that's fine. And you also didn't quite understand your time constraints last time, so that would be reasonable. I think that would mean that Michael Kinsley and Tim McFlynn are going to speak in opposition to the recognition.
Rachel can ask, do they get 5 minutes total?
Yes, I was had mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, but we'll try to keep it within 5 minutes. Okay.
For the purpose of the record, Michael Kinsley and Tim McFlynn. I was former county commissioner, actually when we created the caucuses back in the middle of the last century. Tim and I have both been...
Is the red light on?
I can hear them, it's just the room audio that's not
so good.
very loud and I don't have a lot of control.
I'll try to speak right into the mic. So we've both been presidents of the board. We're not now. Tim's on the board now. I'm not. I've been sort of trying to stay out of this thing, but in it now. And as a matter of fact, if anybody ought to be ticked off of the caucus, it's me. I was representing the Rocky Mountain Institute at the time that we were sort of pushed aside by the caucus. So I got grievances with the caucus too. But I kind of think it ought to stick together despite that. We're going to cover 5 points, and the first is from Tim.
Just the housekeeping deal first, which I mentioned to John and Rachel as to what is in the public packet. The 28-page submission to Jeanette, requested by hand to the new office, according to Rob Sinclair, our president, is not in the public packet. I think it has been distributed to the commissioners. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But
This is a letter dated September 7, 2016, that was addressed to you, Rachel, and delivered by Tim, and it's about 5 or so pages in length with numerous attachments, just so we're clear on what we're
Yes. Okay. Yes, we did receive that as a forward from Jeanette.
so
Okay.
in that,
It's
too much feedback here.
Yeah. Is that
Still getting it.
Yeah, we'll have to have a little less, please. Everyone, please speak loudly so
Okay.
people can hear you, and pull those mics forward if you need to, really close up.
Good. We'll belt it out.
Okay.
Time starts now. Thank you. In the cover letter, which 15 of the current board members submitted a week ago, which you all have, the objective was to try to provide some analysis, some useful analysis, and some additional options that you all could consider at today's public hearing. And I'm not going to repeat those because they're in the packet that you've all seen. I'm going to highlight a couple of things, if I may. And I think Rob Sinclair will speak to things as our current president. The only one caucus rule, which is the first thing in here, the county attorney has indicated it doesn't say you can't separate from a caucus or you can't have caucuses splinter off. And this suggests that you got to read that rule with the how to form a caucus rule, and what is in this analysis and what people address, particularly Scott Sullen in his letter to you all, who's a on the Creek caucus member, prominent lawyer, you should take a look at, kind of looks at that broadly. And if you treasure the value of the countywide caucus system, there probably should be a different lens or frame that you look at when any qualified elector can do an information campaign, call a meeting, and if they get a majority vote, have a caucus. You probably saw in the newspaper Kevin Ward, who lives in the proposed new caucus area, is seceding from the seceding caucus, saying he wants to create the Painted Pony caucus. And
You're going to have about 3 more minutes total. So
You gotta move it along.
so let me just say that when you consider this today, if you read the whole packet, we on the board who submitted this letter find tremendous well-intentioned, good faith efforts by, among others, Jan, to follow the rules as they were explained to her by Cindy and John, and that are in the Home Rule Charter. Nobody thinks they did less than their best effort. If you look at what in fact is in the packet, and what you got from Joy Hartman, which I hope you got, which was canvassing Shield El Mesa in the map boundary areas, and you consider whether or not there is compliance with the information campaign, the notice, the meeting, or the vote requirements, if this is compliance, many people who we have spoken to, including caucus presidents of other caucuses, one of whom wrote a letter here, Dee Malone, it'll be the slow death of the caucus system countywide, and that's why I'm here. I'm a process person, and I think that the process was well-intentioned and in good faith, but it falls short. This isn't a low bar, as John called it. It is, you could have the Helms and the Perrys create a caucus. You could have the Hildebrands create a caucus. You could have the McBrides create a caucus. So, enough said.
Let me address the board's authority. You seem to have chosen a narrow range of authority, and let me suggest that isn't necessarily the case. This is not a legal decision. It's really up to you, not necessarily the vague language of the charter. And there's plenty of precedent for this board going beyond what are apparently circumscribed boundaries. Most of the county's progressive policies, starting 42 years ago, went beyond apparent statutory authority.
Okay, I'm going to allow another minute, and I will give equal time to the other side, so please.
There wouldn't really be a GMQS or an affordable housing program had the board 42 years ago decided to stay within its bounds, as was defined in various ways. So I think you have a great deal more latitude than you have in the past indicated that you might. You talk about.
Okay.
You want to say more about compliance and the points?
No, not if we're going to run out of time.
So we had the impression we'd be given a full presentation like on the first time around. So we're sort of.
Yeah, we watched the tape of the first one, and we're coming here to try to be helpful to your analysis. And if we're out of time, we're out of time.
We want to have this issue thoroughly heard. If you need another 2 minutes, that's fine. We'll just allow the time for the other side. Please continue. And you know, we've received numerous letters and information on this as well.
I know, there's 400 pages, roughly.
Yeah.
Well, on the compliance point, and there may be imperfections, there may be mistakes. The thing that's really understandable but unfortunate is they're all called lies, and everybody is very emotionally charged about this. Everybody knows that. It's not the first mistake that we've made or any caucuses have made. Kevin Michelson did a great job to try to look at who are qualified electors in the proposed boundaries. Joy Hartman tried to canvass Shield El Mesa. It's very useful. It came in yesterday to you. It may not be in front of you. She's going to speak. She's here. Kevin is here. The whole idea of that is so that if you set a precedent, the first time in 42 years with the first caucus that started the caucus system, to our knowledge, in the state, if you set a precedent, you don't want to set so low a bar that the barn door is open before you have any policies or standards developed as to how to form a caucus, and what do you do if there's already a caucus, rules are all you can go by. You have to be reasonable and fill in the gaps. And what we have suggested, 15 of us who signed this letter, is that you want to go slow to go far. You need to consider what standards you want to use if additional recognition applications come within an existing caucus. This isn't like Maroon from Castle. That was different. This is new, first time. And you know, what we suggest in our submission is that if you're going to set a precedent, make sure that if you can make the findings of fact in John's cover memo, in that resolution, based on this packet in front of you, it's not a low bar, it's no bar.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to set this timer at 7 minutes to start. If you're not finished by then, we'll go forward. You know, there was the volume interruption and others, and I do want to make sure people have a chance to speak fully before the rest of the public speaks. Thank you, Jan. Just identify yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm Jan Martin. I live on Snowmass Creek Road. We're here today because there was a vote taken on July 11th to separate from the existing Snowmass Creek caucus. 3 weeks later, you, the county commissioners, voted to recognize that caucus. At that point in time, you would think bridge building would begin. This is the existing caucus told us that they were interested in working with us, that they recognized their mistakes. After the voices of the people had been heard and after your voice had been heard, again, you think they would have gone in the direction of, all right, let's see what we can do and how we can work together and what are our common issues. That didn't happen. Instead, what happened was a continuation of a program of misinformation and obstruction. In your packet, you have a letter that was circulated by an existing board member stating that Shieldo Mesa, Shieldo Terrace were excluded from the initial proposed caucus and that Lazy O was included. The inference was obvious. The question was asked, why? Well, this is a misstatement. In fact, the opposite was true. Shieldo Mesa, Shieldo Terrace was included in the initial proposed caucus area. Lazy O was not. We've addressed that any number of times in here and elsewhere, and that canard just seems to keep resurfacing. Tim just referenced that people are concerned because we have said there are lies. Well, there have been told last week a public letter was sent to one of the newspapers stating that we disallowed caretakers and renters from voting. That too is the motive there is obvious, but it too is a misstatement. In fact, a board member, both of their caretakers voted. One of the existing board members is a caretaker and voted. Renters voted. Another existing board member talked to her neighbor's caretaker and asked her neighbor's caretaker to go vote no on the issue because this is what the owners had wanted. That caretaker went and voted no, came back, dutifully reported to the owners that she had done what they asked, and the owners hit the ceiling because both of them were in favor of separation. Neither of them were here to vote. And a very energetic rebuke was directed towards this existing board member. In the package you received that Tim referred to, there's a letter from an existing board member that says that was at the count for the vote on July 11th, and she states that she was not even at the table when the votes were counted. Another misstatement, because in fact she sat right next to Father Joseph as he counted the votes twice, And the tally was verified. We all shook hands and went home. Tim just referred to Kevin Michelson's his analysis of the residents of the proposed caucus. Again, Kevin's right, and I think he just made an honest mistake. There are 241 listings if you go and try to get the addresses of the proposed caucus area. But, and I can show you, I've outlined these in pink. Every pink that you see is either someone who is not in the proposed caucus area or who has been double counted. For example, the entire subdivision of Wildcat is included on this list, but of course Wildcat is not part of the proposed Snowmass Creek caucus. Once again, Lazy O was included. We initially said there were approximately 130 residences in the proposed Snowmass Creek caucus area. So Lazy O was not part of that initial count because, again, they came in post-vote and it was their decision to come and join us. So let's take out Wildcat, let's take out Lazy O. St. Benedictine's Monastery is mentioned twice. It's not in the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucus area. Neither is the village of Snowmass, although it's mentioned twice. Pitkin County is mentioned 4 times. There's an individual family's name who's mentioned 13 times. There's another family's name that's mentioned 6. An LLC is mentioned 5 times. You know, I could go on and on. The net value is that if you take those numbers and add them up, you get to the approximate 130 residents that we talked about in the first place. Now, that was an honest mistake. That's somebody who, you know, you look at a map, you ask for information, you get it, you think it's going to be okay. But as I had mentioned, in the interface between the mapping and addresses that are in the system, there's leakage. So it spills over into other, and you get incorrect information. That mistake is forgivable. But what is not forgivable is these discrepancies were brought to the attention of the individual who sent the letter. And there were 3 separate requests to send out a letter with clarification regarding this.
2 more minutes.
They were not, that clarification never went out. That to me is not forgivable. And people wonder, and I think the big question on all of our mind, why are these people so persistent in trying to keep us in a caucus when it's perfectly honest, perfectly obvious that we don't want to be there? And that in fact, they had nothing but utter disdain for us for 7 months. And they say, well, the reason we want to do it is because we can have more influence if we're together. Well, guess what? We don't want influence. We don't want to usurp your authority and try to override a county-wide policy. We don't want to overlay a tier of restrictions that you don't deem necessary. If there's a matter of import, we would bring it in front of you and hope for your consideration. But absent that, we just want to live our lives, enjoy this valley that we live in. The packet that was presented to you that Tim referred to and signed by, again, the existing caucus members. And that's who's been the major opponents here, the very people who brought us to this juncture. They now say they're concerned about splintering of the caucuses. Well, but for the farce that we're seeing played out now, I don't think that that's likely to happen. Everybody in this room can attest to separate takes time, it takes energy, and it involves turmoil. Nobody's going to do that casually. I, for one, believe, but I must say, in a second thinking about this, if there is another caucus that has the same egregious disregard for the residents, then they should have a vehicle for extraction. That's my thing. I have one more sentence, if I could. I too believe that Article 4 needs to be modified. But that's a decision you, the county commissioners, will make along with the electorate of the entire county. Until that decision is made, we're under the Home Rule Charter of Pitkin County. Article 4 is part of that Home Rule Charter, and we're in compliance with all of those provisions that John talked about in Article 4. Therefore, we ask that you recognize our caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to go to public comment. I'm going to open the public comment section. I have a sign-up sheet. I will go in order on this. I want to point out one thing, though. We have both Jan signed up and also Tim and Michael. I will come back to those three individuals because they've already spoken at the very end of the list after other members of the public have already spoken. Patty, do you have a question?
Just a real quick, just a point of clarification. 3 weeks ago at our regular meeting, we did not officially, formally recognize this new caucus. We received so many emails that people are misled. What we did at that meeting was move this to a second reading for a formal, official, final decision. I just want to be clear. We did not technically recognize the caucus at that meeting. We recognized moving this to second reading. I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you. The first person on the list is Art Martin. And I'm just going to go down this list in order.
And how many here?
We have about 20 people signed up now at 2 minutes each. That's going to be about 40 minutes of testimony. Either way, whatever you're most comfortable with, either directly at the table in front of a speaker or over there, we're going to ask people to try to keep their comments within 2.5 minutes.
Well, one housekeeping thing, at least this is just me talking, but the sign-up sheet started over there where a number of the proponents were, and it's kind of unfair to have all the proponents give their, their presentation, and then, I don't know whether you can balance it somehow, but
I
anyway.
appreciate that. I actually had thought about putting the sign-up sheet as pro and con, and then I thought, no, that's a little too divisive. We'll just pass it around in order and see how it turns out. Okay. So thank you, Art, for that comment.
I'll try to go quickly here. It's become nearly a full-time job to try to rebut and clarify all the misinformation. Jan is correct. There have been some lies. I know that for a fact. But more importantly, there's been a lot of misinformation, and collectively, as that's bubbled up, it's become propaganda that I think has confused some people about what did and didn't happen and why and so forth. And a lot of people obviously were not knowledgeable about what the Article 4 requires, and that raised all kinds of, public furor. The reason we're actually here today, why we've gotten to this point, when you listen to John's description of what caucuses were intended and designed to do, when even people like Tim McFlynn talk about, what it was designed to do, we're here because of the utter failure of the existing caucus to live up to anywhere close to those lofty ideals. And this isn't just about TDRs or about master plans. It isn't just the last 7 months. It's been going on for years. And I can't tell you how many people have said to me, we've just finally got fed up and we want to be able to represent ourselves. And I would ask you, we don't want to make this closer to the people involved in still a very large geographic area with a lot of people. What's so wrong with us being able to more closely be represented by people that we have an ability to elect because we're not outnumbered 3-1 by people that have different philosophies? This isn't a small splinter group over one thing. In the information campaign, you talk about that, you need to be satisfied. It's only for the date, time, place, and purpose of the meeting. We gave 5 notices, 7 days in advance. The Board of County Commissioners publishes your agenda 5 days in advance of your meetings. I too agree that Article 4 could be improved, but it is what we have right now. It will take a long time, I think, to get a really good Article 4. And I would tell you, though, that I think our proposed caucus would probably meet most of the likely parameters that you would come up with in terms of size, number of people, and all that sort of thing. At the August 24th meeting, the analogy was used that this is like a divorce, and divorce is unfortunate, but sometimes it's the actual right outcome. I would take that analogy a step further, and not trying to sound dramatic, but this is like a divorce from an abusive, controlling spouse.
Okay.
We want to be done. We want to be able to represent ourselves. And lastly, I'll say, we rigorously follow the spirit and the letter of the law, and we have not just a simple right, but a constitutional right to due process. And so we ask that you also now follow the law and approve our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this Patty Wheeler? Thank you.
So I'm Patty Wheeler, and I don't even know where to begin. This is, in my opinion, just ludicrous. I would rather be anywhere today enjoying the fall.
So would we.
Other than sitting here having to repeat over and over and over again the same thing that we did last week. I was contacted by John McBride. He told me that we had different philosophies after he tried to, inform me and talk to me about the master plan. And it was his suggestion that we form our own caucus. So that came from the Capitol Creek Caucus. Like John pointed out, Colorado does not have caucuses. Pitkin County is the only one. I'm sitting here asking myself, why do we have it at all? Because people have differences. 40 years ago, the mindset was different. Today, people change, ideals change, philosophies change. So I think we did follow everything. I think it is ridiculous to keep us in what would now be an arranged marriage instead of a divorce. How would you envision that we leave this room today? How do you envision us greeting each other on the street or in the next meeting? I don't see it going well at all. So I would love if you would just please put an end to this today and vote to allow us to have our own caucus. Otherwise, I think we should just get rid of all of it. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is, looks like Michelle Braun or Brown?
Brown, like
Brown.
the color.
Okay, thank you. I'm not good reading handwriting.
Thank you for letting me have a moment to speak to you. My name is Michelle Brown. My husband's name is Ronald Brown. We have been in Snowmass Creek Valley for many, many years. We built a home there in the early 80s when our children were little. I was one of the original people that supported the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. And the reason I did was because of Sue Helm, who went to bat for our little valley for the water rights for Snowmass Creek. In fact, my house was the first one to have the measurement put in, and I monitored that measurement of the CFSs. So now let's skip to the future. I look back here today and I see many, many of the originals of that Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. And what we were doing then was to save the creek. That was the main thing to do for that caucus. And from then until now, I look back and I see a lot of the originals still there. Where is the tenure? Where are the new faces? And what about all the meetings that are happen now? They're not really attended that well. And finally, I became disengaged with the caucus. Several years ago, my family became the house right now is in an LLC, and originally my husband formed a trust so that our children would become legacies to this house. The children are now adults. We now have grandchildren. The house has gotten very, very small for them. We decided that maybe we would start anew and build a different home there. And we went to the caucus originally. at that point in time and said what we would like to do, because we would like to hear from what they would want us to do, besides what Pickens County would allow us to do. We went to this meeting, my husband and I, my husband is now 83 years old, and we were treated so rudely that night that we walked out. We spent thousands of dollars with the land planners and everything else, getting everything in line. And we were treated so rudely that we left. I was told to sit down and shut up. There was drinking going on at that meeting because they were celebrating the death of Connie,
commemorating.
Yeah.
But we need to finish up.
All right. So that's when I disengaged myself from this. I can't believe these people are still there. The Pickens County approved what we wanted to do, and I don't think that sort of situation should ever go on again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, one more thing, just for your information. When we went to vote, because our children asked us to vote for them because we're the renters right now, and they weren't here. They told us initially when they were looking us up in the list that they couldn't find any Browns to go vote. Well, the reason is because it was under Suivant Le Soleil Trust. And until
I'm sorry.
that,
okay, thank you.
They wouldn't know.
That's good information on the nature of these lists. That's confusing. The next person, it looks like Emily Smith. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Emily Smith, and I'm an owner at 1301 Shieldo Road, member of both the Terraces and the Mesa subdivisions. I'm a former caucus board member for 6 or 7 years, and I can say, maybe we weren't home, but I was not canvassed by my friend Joy Hartman. I've only heard 2 reasons for objection to the formation of the new Snowmass Creek Caucus. One is that the caucus has done such good work over the years, and the other is that it's been in existence for 40 years. Well, with the first objection, I would strongly suggest that the members of the proposed caucus are experienced and qualified and motivated to do good work too, and that we're perfectly capable of doing as good or better work. The second objection is that the caucus is so old. Well, I would suggest that there were probably 25% the number of people in the area at the time it was formed. And just like our government redistricts as populations change, I believe we've outlived the original caucus. I don't believe we have the voice that we need, but I do think that with the new caucus, we will. We've already had people volunteer to be on the board, to support financially, and to be involved. There are numerous ways we've outgrown the current caucus, and we need to restructure this one in our valley. I'm grateful.
1 more minute.
Okay. I'm grateful that there's a method provided to make the change and to satisfy the residents who want to be heard. And the formation will only be divisive if people are determined to make it that way. This will be a healthy advancement and will encourage more participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just so everyone knows, I've kind of moved the time up to 3 minutes each so people can finish their thoughts. So we're trying to get them within about 3 minutes. Michael Silverman.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Silverman. I live on Whisper Wind Way, right off Snowmass Creek Road, with my wife Madeline, who's here as well. We're relatively new to the neighborhood. We moved into our home there in 2013, whereupon I became immediately a supporter of the existing caucus because I felt that their aims were positive and aligned with my interests. However, when this TDR issue came out, I reached out to the caucus on 2 occasions to try to find out what the rationale was behind it. I saw it as restrictive and very likely not in my interest. And I got no response on either occasion. So I began to looking more into the whole question of, well, does the existing caucus represent my interests, and do I have a voice? And I've come to the conclusion that, in fact, my voice is subsumed under the weight of the greater population in the Capitol Creek area. I feel that those folks, my neighbors, are entitled to their opinions. I don't want to silence their opinions, but as the current structure stands, I really have no voice through the caucus system, and so I'm here to voice my support for the new caucus, where there is a different orientation that's more aligned with mine, and it would give me confidence to believe that my voice will be heard, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person is Sheila Brennan.
Don't be nervous.
Last time I could barely speak. I was so nervous. But this Sheila Brennan, 5969 Snowmass Creek Road, that's how strongly I feel about the board voting to approve the vote. Oh, see, I'm nervous again. Sorry. I respectfully request that the board recognize the majority vote and find in favor of this new Snowmass Creek caucus. I feel very strongly about that as someone who's lived on Snowmass Creek Road for just a few years. But thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did it.
You did it. Ingrid Antoni, I can't pronounce your name right ever.
Ingrid Antoni.
Okay, thank you so much. Remember the shop well.
My name is Ingrid Antoni. I've lived at 9000 Snowmass Creek Road for 34 years. And I am probably the person that is responsible for what is going on today, because in November I went to a caucus board meeting and had a dust up with John McBride, and at that time he suggested that we should form our own caucus, so I set the wheels rolling. Kathy DeWolf and I wrote letters to as many caucus members as we could identify, telling them about the master plan and what I felt was wrong with it, and that we needed to address it. And in March, the letters went out in February. In March, we had over 40 people attend the board meeting. The Zieglers, the Perrys, people who have been in the valley for very long, who were opposed to what was going on. And at that time, the caucus board president only allowed 3 of those 45 people to speak for 3 minutes each, and said that he tabled it and that we would discuss it later. There has been, Tim McFlynn suggested we go more slowly. They were working on the master plan for over 18 months and it still was not done. I think that's what we would call very slowly. And so we have moved forward, and I just think that it is time that we got to voice our own opinion and not be represented. Martha Ferguson, who unfortunately is not here today, who is a board member at the February board meeting, suggested that we, I assume the board, do not want rich second homeowners coming in here and building big houses. So that's kind of, I think, the way that they feel about it. And I've lost my train of thought, but I do think that the new board is what, the new caucus is what we need. Oh, that's the other thing. There are no minutes of the board meetings published on the website. So unless you go to the board meeting, you have no idea what's going on. That's, in this day and age, I think just a little ridiculous. And and my neighbors, the Buntings, asked that I once again reinforce the fact that they've sent numerous letters saying they favor the separation. Their caretaker was the person who was told by Sue Helm that the Buntings did want her to vote against it, and that was not true. They were very much in favor of our separation. So I am representing myself and the Buntings in saying that we need to recognize the new caucus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gavin Brook? Am I pronouncing that wrong? Is there a Brook?
He was here, he's not here now.
Okay, well, if he returns, we'll take that. Dwight Morin?
I'm Dwight Morin, and I live at 1979 Capitol Creek Road, and I've lived there 69 years. So I've seen a lot of changes in the valley, and I am not real sure about the whole split idea. I'm confused about it, but it sounds like the volunteer organization of the members of the board of the caucus are part of the problem. Finding people to volunteer their time into this is difficult, and that was the case from the very beginning when I was part of the original board. Anyway, I would encourage the BOCC to table this to see if there is a better resolve for this situation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's see, the next person would be Mildy Hildebrand? Okay.
Hi, I'm Mindy Hildebrand, and we own High Mesa and Windstar Ranches. I'm also a member of the current caucus. I was one of the two that abstained from the most recent letter submitted to you all. I just feel currently, from my position as a board member, I should remain neutral and not take a side either way, and in the interest of being able to work together regardless if you all decide that we can separate or not. But I do feel that the Snowmass Valley folks did follow what they were required to do, and that the caucus should be recognized. And in the absence of that, it's possible that another type of organization could be formed, like a homeowners association, or that, as you said, homeowners can go directly to you all and circumvent the whole caucus process. And in response to Tim's comment that the Hildebrands would form their own caucus, that's just inflammatory. I'm sorry. I mean, I respect Tim and his position, but that's not the idea of a caucus. I wouldn't need to do that. I could just come directly to you all if I needed something. So I've never spoken before publicly, and again, I hope to see that these valleys can heal and work together going forward, because we all are neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We now would go to Bob Sinclair. Now, is that Rob or Bob? I'm sorry. Rob, sorry about that.
Rob Sinclair. I'm the current chair of the existing Snowcap caucus, so potentially this is all my fault, but sorry, everybody. I just wanted to, Tim has touched on some of the procedural aspects, and, we're concerned about whether the public had an opportunity to read our packet or not. But I wanted to touch on some of the statements in the proponent's application. With regard to the timing, I've been the chair since January and have overseen all of the meetings since then. And admittedly, there have been some mistakes in process and communication, outreach those kinds of things. Specifically, everybody has referenced, or several people have referenced, the March meeting. There were a lot of folks in attendance. It was clear by some correspondence that I had received, printed and read, presented to the group, that the objections to our limitations on TDRs in the master plan was pretty overwhelming. I don't remember limiting anybody to a certain amount of time, nor do I remember limiting the number of folks, but we didn't need to go all the way around the room to understand the sentiment. So at that time, we agreed to re-examine the master plan, with particular the TDR issue, and revise the language, which we did. If anybody would read the master plan at this point, the TDR language is actually more flexible, less restrictive, if you will, than the current 2003 master plan that's in place, that somebody would be subject to today. I know this is about more than the master plan, I acknowledge that. We have worked as a group, and I have really tried to guide us in this direction to have outreach. I've had many, many, many discussions with Jan and others. We proposed at the May meeting to hold a dedicated meeting to examine the master plan, probably the process and outreach that should have been done from the beginning. Procedurally, as we got within 2 weeks of that meeting, I heard from several folks that the expectation was that we had 4 weeks notice. The night of the meeting and the scheduled date for the master plan meeting was 4 weeks, so it was technically impossible. So, an abundance of caution, I pushed that meeting to July 19th.
About 1 more minute.
Sure. We were obviously sort of superseded with the vote on July 11th, but I want to present, if I may, the minutes and the results of that meeting. These were presented in the documents that you've read as final votes on the master plan, and it couldn't be further from the truth. We spent 3.5 hours. We had a moderator come in. We had a public address system. Everybody was given an opportunity to speak. We went through every aspect of the master plan, not just TDRs, wildlife, roads, recreation, water, wildlife. And at that meeting,
About 30 seconds.
agreed to table the master plan with a consideration of all of these factors to a date and time when a new board could be seated, better represented by other folks that wanted more input. And we have 2 resolutions to that effect. And another resolution most recently confirmed by all that confirming the master plan is on hold. Any issues related to TDRs will be left to the county. And that's sort of the
Okay.
meat of it, actually.
Want the resolution, Ross?
Yeah, okay, I think that's time. Do you have a final single statement or?
So, there have been efforts on mine and other board members' parts to try to heal this, to try to keep us together. Have been neutral with direction to the board, trying to be receptive to both sides. I consider myself representative of the caucus constituency and not the caucus as an entity. So we'd like to maintain one caucus, work together. As importantly, we'd like to work together with, whatever the outcome is.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, Michael. Okay. I felt an extra few seconds would be appropriate as a caucus chair who needed to address numerous items that have been presented before our board. And I've been letting everyone pretty well finish up as much as they can. We have Mark Harvey is next. You can sit with Mark if you want. No, Mark was first. They have you batting cleanup, Connie.
Age before beauty, Mark.
My name is Mark Harvey. I'm a member of the Harvey family, and we have the Harvey Ranch up at the head of the Snowmass Valley. Thank you for listening to us on this whole issue. This is a low point for the caucus. It's been in existence for 42 years, and this is one of its low points, but this isn't its first low points. There have been previous times in this caucus when things haven't gone well. There's been times when people vehemently disagreed with each other. Today amongst the caucus there are disagreements. There are people that didn't like the master plan but still wanted the caucus to keep together. So in reference to Emily's question about is it worth keeping old things still viable, well, I think something like this that has this history, it's worth giving it a good shot. And that's why many members of this audience are putting some real effort into this. I think what we've seen is that there are some real issues with the Home Rule Charter, and people keep referring to Article 4. Article 4, though, is broken down into several parts, and I'm embarrassed to say I know this well, but there are two contradictory articles in Article 4. There's Article 4.1, which is the establishment of the caucus, and as Tim said, it has a very low bar or no bar for establishing a caucus. But there's also Article 4.5, which says there shall be only one caucus in the geographical area. And I think it's hard to argue that there is one caucus. It's active, it's energetic, and 40% of the members of that caucus are from the Snowmass Creek Valley, 60% are from the Capitol Creek Valley. So there is representation, there's elections. I think that 4.5 is just as important to consider in your review of this as Article 4.1. And I suggest that Article 4.1 might have been intended for developing entirely new caucuses, not superimposing a new caucus over an old one, or what the effect of this will be, which is to split an existing caucus. I think those two clauses contradict each other. You guys have called this a quasi-judicial review. If that's the case, well, as all you lawyers
about 1 minute.
As the lawyers in this room know, there's something called judicial review, where if two laws contradict each other, two articles, you figure it out. You don't just make a decision based on one or the other if they contradict each other. There's decisions going back to the 1800s on this. So I would hope you'd continue this decision, do it right, get a good decision, even if it takes some more time, because I think if you make the wrong decision, you could be putting the entire caucus system in peril. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John McBride.
I guess I'm the culprit. I said to a couple of people who were disgruntled and angry, start your own caucus. I foolishly thought that caucuses related to drainages and rivers. And I still don't think it's a problem if there was a caucus that went from the Perry Ranch to the Snowmass Conoco. But what we're getting now is kind of an absurdity. We're going to possibly have the Capitol Creek Caucus, including Gateway, not Lazy O, and then and lower Snowmass Creek, and then we're going to have upper Snowmass Creek, no Gateway, and Lazy O. That's sort of odd to me. That doesn't make much sense to me, especially when there are places like Gateway that are not going to be part of the Snowmass potential caucus, and yet that's where their water comes from. So they're sort of in an odd position. I got back involved in the caucus years ago simply because I cared so much about the valley. I've been living there 35 years. When we bought our ranch there were about 40 ranches in the valley. Now there are about 6. And I don't mean our valley, I mean Pitkin County all the way down to Carbondale. And this is a sad situation. And we're losing something special. So what I was trying to do as a member of the Volunteer Master Plan Committee is to simplify the document so that we preserve the historic character and the natural landscape that we have now. That's really all we were doing. After all, the existing master plan was more rigid than the one we wrote now. The original one was 36 pages with 60 recommendations to the county commissioners. Ours is 11 pages with far less in the way of recommendations. Ours is directed to homeowners who want to remodel or new people who want to build a house. All we're trying to do is keep a certain character, and I'm happy to go over any of this with you. But some of the language, if I may, that's in the existing master plan that's been there for 13 years, TDRs should be used to transfer density from rural areas to urban areas, as identified in the Aspen Area Community Plan. TDRs from outside the caucus are prohibited. We don't have that in the new one. On and on and on. The caucus strongly opposes any proposed amendment to increase the house size limitation or to liberalize the code provisions regulating house size and or the use of TDRs for increasing house size. Sometimes I don't think people have read the existing master plan, which is quite rigid. Anyway, I hope that if we're going to have a split, that it really is drainages. If not, I think it's not going to work very well for you or for us. Thanks.
Thank you, John. John Clark? Here. Okay.
My name is John Clark. I'm a past president of the caucus, and I'm speaking here today because I don't want the caucus to be split up. I would hate to see that happen, and I don't think it should happen. I also came here thinking that when we heard the law, I didn't take the time to read up on what the law really is, but as I heard John Ely recite what happened, I don't see many rules that govern whether this caucus can remain or not. It seems fairly open, and I think in the end it may end up largely to the discretion of this board whether the caucus is going to be split up. There's one thing I want to be sure I get in before my time runs out, so I'm going to get to it now. John McBride touched on this a bit, and that is that caucuses don't have to follow watersheds or the topography of the land, but you don't want caucuses that make no sense topographically or otherwise. And there isn't a pointer I can use that would. Okay.
Okay. Put you on a quick pause.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to point out Lazy O to you if I.
If you walk over the Elmo, you can actually just point to it with your finger.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay.
If you look at the top left, that's Lazy O. And maybe you all know where Lazy O is. But there's a kind of a semicircle, jagged semicircle going around with lots depicted on the side of it. That is Lazy O, and I think Lazy O extends to the full limit of that area. I live across the street from Lazy O, and for the life of me, I can't imagine the logic behind this. We don't have to follow watersheds or valleys, but this is in a different watershed, a different valley. The properties across the street from it are going to be in a different caucus, and to me, this is a provision of this proposal that requires that it be rejected. Even if the other parts of it are acceptable, it does not make sense for me to have the property across the street from me to be in another caucus. It makes about as much sense as if I were to come here someday and say, I'm proposing a new caucus. It's made up of my property, 44 acres. I've given notice to my wife. Everybody in this caucus area has noticed, so please approve my request.
About 30 seconds.
Okay, glad I went with that first. I want to say that I agree with some of the dissenters to some extent on the issues, and I think a lot of other people on the caucus do as well. But they have told you that their problem is representation. And if you look at it, that's not their problem. They are represented on the caucus by a vote of 8 to 9. They're the minority, a slight minority. They could easily be in a majority if enough people ran for election. Their problem is participation. And as we all know, in a participatory democracy, it doesn't work if you don't participate. I have a lot more to say, but let the record show that I saved it for another day.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. The next name is, looks like Kevin Michelson.
I'm here.
And I'm going to give this to John to recirculate. If anyone who has not yet spoken would like to sign up, anyone who didn't catch it on the first time around, we'll have you sign up now. Thank you. Sir?
My name's Kevin Michelson. I'm having a tune-up here for the winter, so excuse the crutch. I've been listening, and ever since day one, before the vote, after the vote, I've been trying to ascertain what do the people want within this map that's behind us. What is the feeling of the majority of the people? And to this day, I still don't know, and I'm still wondering. And for that reason, I don't think it's appropriate to recognize the new caucus. I want to clarify the list that I produced that's in your packet, I believe. Mary Lackner from the GIS department made this map available to us online. Their mapping system enables you to draw a polygon, and any property that is touching the polygon or within it comes out on a list. And so if one family happens to own 10 properties, they'll be listed 10 times. If the monastery owns a property within that circle, they'll get listed. The BLM land is in there. U.S. forest land is within this map. Either way, there are 241 properties. I've said in a letter that if I'm going back to trying to determine what the constituency is interested in here, I'd say I got 241 properties. How many qualified electors might I have? And I would think there's probably 1 or 2 per property. So I should be able to have at least 241 possible votes, probably much higher.
About a minute left.
Thanks. I look at the number of votes that are for this new caucus, and I think the number is 56. So it doesn't represent to me that the majority of the people in the valley want a new caucus. And I wonder how you do that. And I'm not so sure that it was done appropriately in the vote that was held in July. I can tell you, speaking with respect to the informational campaign, I went down to the vote to vote for my property because that's what I assumed I was entitled to. My wife certainly would have come down and voted as well if we were aware that it was all qualified electors. I might have invited all the renters at the home next door to mine who probably were not notified about the election. So I don't think the vote represents the majority of the valley. I would love for you guys to reconsider the structure within whereby new caucuses are formed and try to get a better representation and a better vote.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sue Helm.
Thank you. I'm Sue Helm. I live at 11,000 Snowmass Creek Road, and I just have 2 comments today. One is if I truly felt that all the residents in the Snowmass Creek Valley knew of the vote, had been fully informed of the pros and cons, and then a vote was taken, then I would feel that this fully represented the will of all Snowmass Creek residents. My problem with it all is that I don't feel that happened. I don't think there was ever a meeting to discuss pros and cons. I'm not going to respond to several of the attacks on me today. I've been called names for years as I fought for Snowmass Creek. But my main point today is to say that the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus drafted a resolution. It's been supported by 14 of the board members. We just passed that out. That gives an indication of the board's desire to work with all residents of both valleys. The development concerns have been heard, and I hope there'll be an opportunity to all to work together for what's best for the Snowmass Creek residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Connie Harvey.
You got the elder
You just signed up last.
I signed up as soon as I saw the document.
Yeah, they're very good.
I'm Connie Harvey, and I'm interested in this old Snowmass Creek Caucus because we've owned property there since 1963 without any sales or further purchases, and it's a beautiful valley, and I hope that we can honor the beauty of the land without fighting among ourselves. I think we should talk about things but not fight about them. And I don't think that dissolving the caucus is desirable, because I think that's a human problem, not a land problem. I'm grateful that there's this hearing here. I would have come to earlier ones, but for some reason I didn't get informed by either side or anybody. I'd like to be back on the mailing list from the commissioners, because I do have an interest in these things. And I think that at least it would make sense to defer any decision or not change the rules now, because I don't think it's been aired very well. I think a lot of people must not know what's going on. And I guess that's all I'll say right now. I hope it all hangs together and that the human element can be worked out.
Thanks, Connie. Thank you, Connie. That is the end of the list which I have here now. We're bringing up, if anybody else, pass it back, if the gentleman there wants to sign up, anyone who has not yet signed up. Okay. Just breathe for a second. Okay, and if there's anyone else who would like to sign up? Okay, then bring that forward and we'll finish this up. Thank you. Thank you, John, you took the pen. Okay, Raymond Woodrow.
Looks like I'm the only cowboy in the room. I live at 5980 Snowmass Creek Road. We bought the property in 1988, moved here in 1994. I think we should be reminded that we live in America. We have rights and we have choices. It kind of reminds me of 40 years ago, I was in a little town called Ponta Gorda where I lived, and I was with the bank president at 4 o'clock in the afternoon getting a loan, and he got everything all done, and he said, Raymond, if you go out to the teller out there, they'll take care of this note for you. And I looked at my watch, and it was about 10 minutes after 4. And Ben and I were very, very good friends. I said, Ben, how come you're not closed? Oh, he said, we're going to have a new bank in town. He said, we're not going to be the only kid on the block anymore, so we're going to be open till 5. Maybe these people are afraid of a new kid on the block. And if that's the case, then if I want to be a member of the Snowmass Capital Caucus, I will. And if other people want to go to the other caucus, they will. I think they should have a choice.
Thank you. Molly Child? And although he's not here, for clarity's sake, I would just mention on the record that you're Steve Child's wife.
Hi, I'm Molly Child, wife of Steve Child, current commissioner, and I'm currently on the Snowmass Capital Creek Caucus Board. I'd just like to say that I think the reason to have the caucus is to represent a broad spectrum of the Valley residents. And I keep hearing that the people who want to start a new board says that the old board doesn't represent their interests anymore, but what about the interests of the whole community? I feel like there's greater strength in the caucus if it represents a broader spectrum of residents. And that's a true democracy, you know, which is just the fundamental structure of our country. Maybe it is time to elect a whole new board, you know. Anybody who's interested can get in there, because I think we really all agree on wanting to keep the valley the place that it is. We may not agree exactly how to get to that, but I think diversity really creates viability and creative solutions. I want to apologize for any rudeness that occurred. I think we can start over and just have a different feeling in the caucus, but I think there's so many ways to compromise, and we could have a win-win situation for everyone in the valley. So,
thank you. Peter Van Domelen.
Thank you. I'm not here to really talk about the pros and the cons of each valley's issues. I'm totally sympathetic to the fact that both have strong feelings and important issues they're facing. What I'm here to talk about is the fact that this caucus system has a problem, it's flawed, and I'm going to use my example to show why it is and why we need to move carefully in carving out new caucuses. I'm a 36-year resident of the old Snowmass Valley. I live in Gateway Metro District. I have been a Snowmass Creek resident for 36 years. Now suddenly, I'm not. 100% of our water for 77 homes in Gateway Metro District comes from Snowmass Creek and our wells in Snowmass Creek. And now, because we weren't invited, we're not part of the Snowmass Creek Caucus anymore. That highlights the danger, in my mind, of being able to carve up caucuses based on ideas and as opposed to drainages. And I would ask this board to carefully consider what they're doing, because I think you can be opening Pandora's box and causing the carve up of many of these valleys based on beliefs. Let's get our caucus system figured out and make it a strong system before we make any mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Williams.
Thank you. I'm Lee Williams, and we're at 4305 Snowmass Creek Road, my husband and I. We haven't been in this valley for a long period of time. We are definitely for the Snowmass Creek Caucus. One of the things that I think that has not been said is the fact that y'all are here to vote on the law. And it doesn't matter about all these people's opinions of what they want, and they want us to stay, they don't want us to stay, we get along, we don't get along. I don't think it really matters as far as what's considered here. It's the law as it's being said. Have we turned around and given notice. As you said the other day, in order to form a caucus, you can decide to form a caucus. And however the law is interpreted, I would think that is exactly what y'all are voting on, not what all of our emotional feelings are that are going on. And I'm hoping that you're going to allow us to secede from the existing caucus. Everybody wants the same thing in the valley. We all love the valley, otherwise we wouldn't have bought property here. And I guess I'm asking that y'all vote on the law, not on everybody's emotions. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the second sign-up sheet. Is anyone else, please come forward and identify yourself for the record.
My name's Joy Hartman, and first of all, may I ask if you guys read what I gave you yesterday morning with my cover letter of the survey that I took?
I have to say, I don't believe I've received that. I did receive the packet from the caucus chair.
Okay, I know it's last minute. I dropped it off yesterday morning, and this is not for or against. This was about representation. And when I did attend the vote on July 11th, I looked around and I'm like, I just don't see a lot of people that I know. And just because people run in different circles and are involved in different things, a lot of times you just don't even know who your neighbors are. I've lived on Shildo for 20 years. So my goal was not to convince anybody of anything. I only said I would survey. So last week I went door to door, only because I did not think I could use the phone till later. So I went door to door, and it wasn't like, how would you vote? It was, why did you not vote? I ended up talking to neighbors I'd never met before. It was a great experience. Oh my God, it was like maybe 1 hour to 1.5 hours per signature. So it was slow going. But in different words from Kevin, I think a lot of people weren't represented. I think a lot of people thought that it was one vote per parcel. It was a quick vote, even though a lot of homework went in before it. 4th of July weekend, how many people? Everyone's busy. July is a crazy month. So many people were out of town, on trips, on vacations. The point that you physically had to be there to vote, I think, is very faulty. You cannot commit to be there for many reasons. So my point is that I just don't think a lot of people were represented. And if we started all over and did it again, we could either have an absentee vote or a much longer notice, so more people would be able to be represented. That's my point.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate the time and everyone's concerns. Anyone else? And then we would come back to Tim McFlynn and Michael Kinsley. Did you care to add anything else? Because you had signed up on the sign-up sheet as well.
I think we're finished.
Okay. Jan, would you like to add anything else as well? You'd signed up on the sign-up sheet.
I'd just like to offer an explanation for a couple things. Regarding the notice again, which keeps coming up, I would like to point out that you do in fact have in your packet, because you had it last time, the notices that were sent out by the Secretary of Shildo Mesa, where she acknowledged that she sent out the notice of the vote twice for us. I would assume 3 times for the existing caucus, and that there were 25 names on that email list that you have in your packet. Kevin himself has a letter in your packet dating from prior, acknowledging that he too sent out that notice to his subdivision, which was Shildo Terrace. And I believe in his letter he said that it went out to 30 different residents. Both Joy and Kevin and Dave Nixa, who was a resident of the area before he put his house up for sale and moved to Missouri Heights. Those three were at the meeting where three of us who represented the caucus or the separation movement, went and explained what we were up to and the reasons why. We told them that we were considering leaving the caucus, explained why we were leaving it. So those people were there, they've had notice. So I would just kind of like to go back and talk about that. To John's point about Lazy O and why are they in, they're in because it's the will of the people. That's what they decided. We did not, again, want to be presumptuous and include them. They said we're contiguous, we want to be with you people, that's why they're in. So I just kind of wanted to get that out there too. And regarding Peter's
1 minute
point, I would just like to say now you're going to have two voices for the creek instead of just one. How bad could that be? So, thank you.
Thank you.
So Rachel, I changed my mind.
Okay, that's fine. That's I thought you would.
Very fast, though, I promise.
Okay.
So the folks who are against the separation have gathered a bit of evidence about the particular ways in which, however unintended, there wasn't full compliance with what seems to be the language of the charter in terms of people being able to know about the vote and to vote. So those in favor have a bunch of evidence, and those against, clearly, we've heard Jan a couple times, well stated, have evidence to the contrary. If this is in fact a quasi-judicial proceeding, and if you're considering voting in favor of separation, I would submit that you need to determine the truth behind those really fundamental questions about whether they complied with the language. Now, of course, I said in the beginning, I think you need to go beyond that language, but that's a separate question.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add
Tim,
one
yes.
point to Michael's? Thank you, Rachel. And I listened carefully, and I think everybody has made very good points. I want to make a closing point if I can. I think the motivation is irrelevant. I think the mistakes made people feel like they were not heard, were disenfranchised, their property was not really represented by this master plan process, which is now put on hold until after an election. The exact same point, if we're going to give that weight, can be made about Peter Van Dommelen's Gateway Group. 77 people who own land, gets all their water from Snowmass Creek, had no idea. They weren't in the proposed area, so they had no idea it was even being considered. None of them, or the HOA president. Shieldo Mesa and Shieldo Terrace, Joy was good to stand up and say, because you have this, but you haven't seen it because it came in yesterday. Look at the survey document and the responses from, I think, about 30 people in the last few days. And it was simply, did you know about it? Did you ever get any information about it? Did you vote? If not, why not? It's worth looking at. They were disenfranchised, not on purpose. Not on purpose. The proponents did go to one homeowners meeting and did, through those homeowner presidents, invite people to the vote. But if you're going to give meaning for the future caucus recognition application, you need to think about what an information campaign to all qualified electors and non-resident landowners. That's what you have to make a factual finding, that's in your proposed resolution. Now, all maybe is unworkable.
10 seconds.
How about most? Most might be a reasonable way to look at that. And the last thing I would say is that, sure, two good caucuses working together can work out well. But first, you have to make factual findings as a tribunal that support your decision. John has written them in your packet.
Yes.
And if you think about what's before you, I think you should table and continue this and deliberate by yourselves or with your lawyer.
Thank you very much for that. We're not going to go back around to second go-round, sir. I'm sorry, those guys had...
respond to something that was said.
Those guys had sign-ups. We could respond back and forth for weeks here, I think.
I know, it has to stop sometime.
Yeah, it has to stop sometime. And we're going to bring it back to the board at this time, and I'm closing the public hearing. Would anybody else like to weigh in first?
Well, I just want to make a comment. First, I want to thank everyone for showing up. I can't remember when we've seen so many people here who represent, in essence, the same land area, but have certainly different views. But the other point I want to make, as we have our deliberations, is I want you to appreciate and understand that we've been very respectful of all of your comments, have not interrupted you, or jeered, or hooray, or booed, and I expect the same respect as we start our deliberations.
Thank you. Maybe I'll make a few kind of broad warm-up comments, if that's okay. I think folks would need to understand that any process on a, quote, cleanup of the charter, cleanup of the caucus rules, we would most likely, and probably will, I'm in favor of it, put together a charter commission to take a look at these items and see if there are potential changes. But those will have to be put to the voters of Pitkin County as a whole, and that would not occur until next November at the earliest. And as I understand it, some of these caucuses have absentee, or not absentee, excuse me, part-year residents who would, if they were voting again, would not vote until after those rules are in effect, so it'd be summer of 2018. That gets very confusing and very difficult for us. Any changes may or may not be accepted by the voters. The Charter Commission may or may not come up with much. And it may come up with things that are somewhat radically different than what the originators of the caucus system wanted. They wanted to have a vote in person, so people met their neighbors and saw their neighbors. If we were to start moving this system into the county clerk's office and a registered property owner through the assessor's office as well as voters and mailed out ballots, it would become more of an absentee ballot type of question in the future. It wouldn't necessarily be a face-to-face meeting with your neighbors. So sometimes you have to be careful of what you're asking for when you think that there'll be some new changes that will favor other things. I fully agree that I'd love to see more clear criteria for the determination of these items that are within the current code, but we don't have them now. And each board member, I'm sure, will express their best interpretation, their best reading of what we have. I have to say for myself that I don't feel comfortable making up policy to fill the gaps. You know, I see too much made-up policy going on at a national level, and to me, putting off the vote of this board and just saying, oh, we'll just continue it, that's similar to our U.S. Senate saying, oh, we just won't take up interviews with that Supreme Court nominee. You know, we can't make up rules. And so I think we should bring this to some sort of conclusion to the extent possible today. And I would ask that my board consider that as well. The other comment I do want to make is that everyone should be fully aware that caucuses are advisory. They do not make law. This board can reject it. Future boards can reject it. They are advisory, and they're offering guidance to the county commissioners. And so at a certain level, fewer is weaker. Everybody's talking about what I would call some cheap stunts now, like Kevin's, I'm going to make an animal farm caucus, or I'm going to make a one-person caucus. Well, a one-person caucus is not necessarily going to have a lot of influence with this board or any other boards. The strength is in numbers. The strength is in unity. And so I hope whether there's two caucuses or one caucus, that they bear that in mind. And I think we all have heard stories over the years of various caucuses that have gone up and down, that have had their tiffs, that have had their issues to work out. In that case, some caucuses have come up with a minority report process, where those who disagree will be submitted. I don't know what a threshold would be. Each caucus would need to determine that. Each caucus needs to determine whether people can call in for meetings and use modern conveniences, or do they have to be there in purpose? You know, those are changes that caucuses make their own guidelines up for. But perhaps having a minority report is a much better way to handle disagreements than a yes or no level of vote. And I think that that's really the comments I wanted to make as a broad comments to this discussion. And now I will turn it to my board members for their thoughts, and we'll see where we end up. Thank you. Michael.
John Ely, can you tell me what the freedom of association is?
It is a fundamental right of all of ours that we probably don't think about too much because it is so ingrained in second nature. It means, quite frankly, you or I can go out and associate, hang out with, have a beer with anybody we feel like, anytime we want to.
And we have the right to associate with groups too, don't we?
That's correct.
And we have the right to disassociate from groups.
Also correct.
And that stems from what principle? What law?
Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States? And would you say that this caucus is an expression of that freedom of association?
Absolutely. As I mentioned initially, the ability for folks to get together, to assemble, to discuss, to debate and decide things, and then to take it a step further and come in and petition their local government or to talk to their elected officials directly is a right that everybody has without our involvement. We simply, through our charter, have taken the step of recognizing certain assemblages, that we'll call caucuses, that we actively seek out for opinions, recommendations, and advice on issues that come up in front of the county from time to time.
Well, when you say everybody, John, you mean everybody in the United States of America. You don't mean everybody.
That's right.
We wish, but yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Patty.
Well, so everybody knows, I spent hours last night going through the stuff and making pages of notes, rereading them now, crossing out things that have been clarified. And I too want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to thank everyone who took the time to submit comments to us by email at all hours of the day and night, and we do appreciate that input. We've tried our best to give forward everything to Jeanette, so we have a complete public record of all of the comments we received. I'm really split on this split. It has caught me, and you're right, where do you weigh in the findings of fact, the law, the emotional, the he said, the she said, what's clear, what's not clear? The presentations and the input today only further, for me, confuses the fact of who was noticed, who wasn't noticed, who's in the caucus, who's out of the caucus. The fact that Peter Van Domelen is here, and there's 77 homeowners, just like the neighbors across the street, who should have maybe been involved in this and said, we want in, we want out. I just feel we're only further fractionalizing these valleys. To me, the issue before us falls under the Home Rule Charter as it stands. If, for any reason, this was denied today, and in a year we were to change that Home Rule Charter, a new application for a new caucus would come in under the new rules. Rachel does not want to continue this. She would like to have a final determination today. I'm not sure I'm there. I'm not sure that I'm ready to make this decision because you've only raised more questions today. And there's more issues that I think need to be resolved. And I've tried my best, trust me, reading everything, weighing all the information before me, looking for a clear finding of fact. Did it comply with? I think that, Jan did an amazing job of going out there, but there's just more issues that just keep rising to the surface. So I need to hear from the rest of my board members here to see where they play on this technical finding of fact over emotions and the he said, she said. It's really it's really very difficult to make this decision. Do you keep them together and hopefully they can work out their differences? Do you separate them and hope they can work out their differences? I would, be delighted to entertain, if we were to separate, a rejoining again as soon as you wanted to come back. That would be a good hope. You go your separate ways and realize you really did work better together. That's an opportunity and an option. But, I just am not sure if the animosity and the anger and the challenges I'm hearing today are going to be resolved with separate caucuses or continuing the single caucus. I'm just not clear on it yet. And I've really done my homework to try and come up today, come into this room and say, I'm going to listen, and I've got all these great notes that I made, and I could make 10 more pages of questions.
Okay, George.
John Ely started this discussion talking about the Home Rule Charter and explaining that it has been written very broad and not very specific. And so for me, this is really a classic case of the letter of the law, or in this case, a letter of the Home Rule Charter versus the intent of the Home Rule Charter in regards to caucuses. And for me, I'm struggling with that. Because the intent of a caucus is to recognize a geographic area that has similar goals and interests, has the ability to work together to form a master plan that best represents where they would like to see their neighborhoods go. As part of that intent, it assumes, or it asks, that if there are differences of opinions, that those differences of opinions get aired out and voiced and discussed in a manner that all have the ability to participate. And so for me, that's one of the cruxes here. And I'm not sure that I'm hearing, and I can't tell who's right or who's wrong. We keep on getting divergent messages and emails. But for me, that's not the question. The question is, has this caucus had the ability to really sit down and have this broader discussion and really try to work out these issues? I had suggested before that governance is certainly the key issue in terms of trying to address. And it sounds like, and I would agree, and I think most people have agreed, that there are issues, there have been problems, there have been mistakes that have been made. And so the governance has, as a motto, you have the opportunity to address it and change it. You have an opportunity to look at a new model that provides equal representation, to provide a format for better communication, that has a format to provide opportunities for those who may be second homeowners and are not able to appear in person to have their voices heard. That takes the ability for people to be able to be willing to sit down and discuss and hash out those differences, as difficult as they can be. One of the letters that we received, was from a property owner that lives up on Capitol Creek, and he wants to be in the Snowmass Creek caucus. So we further fragment the neighborhood and further fragment the overall goals of all the neighbors. So it's not really just a question of drainages or whether Lazio asks to be in. At some point, you become so fragmented that your ability to work together, I think, is sacrificed. Certainly when you have homeowners in Snowmass Creek who are opposed, that's not a good way to start out a new caucus. I was watching a show the other night, and they were talking about some of the past presidents. They were talking about some of the successes and some of the failures. And one episode was about Jimmy Carter. And if you'll remember, one of his great successes was at the Camp David Accords. where he brought together Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, true enemies, to try to come together and work out a peace treaty. And after a week, Menachem Begin said, "I'm out of here. I'm leaving. Nothing can be done." And Jimmy Carter went out, chased after him as he was heading to the car, and said, "Come back. Let's just try one more time." And they sat down, and they rehashed, and they reworked, and it took a lot of work, and they came up with the first peace treaty ever between Israel and Egypt. This certainly has to be much easier than that.
I don't know.
So, for me, I would, and I've heard clarify several times, I would like to clarify, I would like to see another attempt that really validates that everyone has had an opportunity to be able to vote, to understand the issues, to weigh in, understanding that there is a procedure. But more importantly, I would like to see some proponents and some opponents get together, sit down, try to work this out, because I'm seeing that we're having these discussions and arguments via email and via newspapers. And that's really not a way to resolve an issue. You've got to sit down and work this out together. You can't be trying to resolve an issue through letters to the editor. For me, that doesn't work, and it certainly doesn't work as we've heard today. So I'm going to recommend that we don't recognize the new caucus, that we send them back. I don't know if we can help in terms of coming up with a facilitator, a mediator that would be acceptable for both parties, and see where the commonalities are, see where the differences are, and see if there's ability to work together.
Thank you, George.
Can I,
Michael, well,
I just want to ask George. Michael, can I just ask him real quick?
No.
Are you no?
Go ahead.
Okay. Are you saying that we should table it, give them time so they don't have to start from square one if they choose to come back and start? Bring this
I don't know if
process
tabling
back?
it is for me. At this point, I would not recognize the new caucus based on trying to clarify, ensuring that everyone really has the opportunity to understand the issues, to be able to participate, if there's another vote needed, to vote, and along that same line, to allow time for the proponents and the opponents to formulate a subgroup with a mediator and try to come up with a new governance model that's going to respect everyone, that's going to allow everyone equal say, that's going to provide equal representation for all.
okay, thank you. Michael?
Well, in response to George's, I think the best way to achieve that end of reconciliation is to form two caucuses. And then it's up to responsible adults to get together and talk about whatever they want to talk about. But what I hear here is that there's a strong desire not to associate with the current caucus. And as John Ely told us, the freedom of association allows that to happen. It's not a disaster. It's not something that's going to, in my view, ruin the caucus system. It strengthens it because it allows people to talk as an entity to another entity and to say we have differences, but possibly we have similarities, we have common interests, and perhaps they would find that their master plans would be essentially similar, and then they'd say, what the hell? Well, let's just write one master plan from now on. For the time being, they're going to write two. But I think the way to resolve this clearly is to recognize the Snowmass Creek Caucus and to let them form their own future and not have it based on some sort of mediation. These are responsible adults they can deal with their own association. That's the way to do it, in my view. And I think clearly the caucus has made the new caucus has made an effort to follow the provisions of Article 4. For me, that's clear. It's not perfect. When it's not perfect, that's fine. When was the last time we had a perfect election in this country? I mean, that's the nature of democracy. It's messy, it's sloppy, it's hard to control, but we persevere. We go on and we clean up that mess and we look to the future. We've always done that. And that's something we should be proud of. So I think to continue that tradition is to recognize the Snowmass Creek Caucus and to go from there and let them decide their future.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, for Michael. When you bring up the freedom of association, what then do you do to the people on the Capitol Creek side who want to be on the Snowmass Creek side and the people on the Snowmass Creek side who want to be on the Capitol Creek side?
Well,
are they free to associate with either side?
Yeah, we've had that in the Woody Creek Caucus. We've had people outside of the caucus area come to our caucus, attend it on a regular basis, because they want to see what principles we're adhering to. They don't vote finally, but they can attend, and they can spread the word to their neighborhood, to wherever they'd like. And we've had that in the past. It's not impossible, but you're never going to satisfy everybody. The real difficulty of caucuses is to get people to attend. That's the real difficulty.
That's where we're impressed today.
And I think what we see here is a rejuvenation of the caucus effort. There's some people who think the current caucus is very important, and it's re-engaged them in the caucus system. There's people here who think a new caucus would be better, and it's re-engaged them in the caucus system. So overall, I think it's a plus. I'm not going to sweat the details of, I didn't hear about the vote. This country would come to a grinding halt if we based our decisions on the person who didn't hear about the vote. That's not the way we run things. We expect people to be informed, to show up, and to participate. And if they don't, we keep going on. So.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to weigh in now as well. And as everyone said, this is very difficult. I think we all have people on either side of this issue who we've worked with before, who we've had a beer with before, who we've agreed with on issues and campaigns and heaven knows what before. But as I said earlier, if there's any place else I'd rather be than right here, right now.
Well, I'm in the hot seat over here, so.
But and so I'm not sure these are going to come out in a great sequence. But I learned a long, long time ago that you never say some words you never say in a relationship. One of those is "go ahead and get out" or "I want to get out," unless you really mean them, because they do irreparable harm to that relationship. And it becomes a bridge that almost can't be healed normally. George has introduced a new standard that we should look at the intent of the code as opposed to the letter of the code. And I'll be the first to agree it's a low bar, but it is the bar. It is the standard we have. And I cannot just make up a different standard because of a moral choice. It seems like we're being asked to heal a moral problem with land use codes and county codes, and it's a moral issue, as it were, not morality, but it's not an issue of what is black and white and what's allowed or not allowed. It's what people are asking us to do what they would want us to do, but I have to look at what I can and cannot do via the charter. And I've already said that the strength of a caucus is in its consensus, and if it can build a consensus process. And even a caucus that comes in and says, well, we had 55% of the people agree with this, and here's the 45% minority report, you might as well not even come in, because the board's not getting any guidance or direction from that. And the caucuses need to work through to where they truly have consensus, and if they don't, or can't find that on their own, they're hindering their own effectiveness in the actual outcome. I feel like I'm being asked to reconcile a company, reconcile everyone, and make a forced reconciliation. And since the 3 weeks when we talked about this before, I had said, not really jokingly, somebody should hold a party here and start getting these people back together and start talking about it. And instead, the thrust has been to us to try to heal the wound over some technicality. Don't let them go. Keep them chained up here. Bring them back in. We're being asked to force a reconciliation, and I can't see how that happens. I think, if anything, it would increase the resentment 10 times. I think Michael's absolutely right. If there's any healing to occur, it's going to be when people feel like they're on equal footing and equal standing. It just... think of some bad analogies I don't want to use. This has become about control. This has become about controlling neighbors and not about meeting with neighbors or agreeing with neighbors or working issues out and finding consensus with neighbors. It's become about controlling neighbors. And that's what's become wrong, is a caucus is not supposed to be a power system that way. It's supposed to be about engaging neighbors, not controlling them. And even just asking, the nature of the letters we've seen over the last 3 weeks have been asking us to control those people. Exert some control over them for us. Put them back in their place over here. That's not how you begin to work things out. It won't work out. And I said this at the last meeting. I'll say it again. I think it's important for our board to turn it back to you so that you start working this out, not asking us to exert some sort of power or control to try to make you reconcile. But if the new caucus has a real silent majority that doesn't want to be there, they can be elected to the new caucus board seats, and they can change the new caucus. If there really is a majority that does not want to, let them use the caucus rules and the caucus process to change the course of the river yet again. But I don't see us putting up 2 walls to say the river has to run down this course. It's just become silly. And you use the terms animosity and distrust and accusations, Patty. You're absolutely right. That's what the natures of the letters and some of the comments have been to us. But saying you guys got to get locked into a room for another 6 months or a year or something like that is not going to cure any one of those 3 things. It's just going to intensify. I think this is that old cowboy expression that, ending a relationship slowly is like cutting the tail off a dog 1 inch at a time. This should be a clean break, and everyone should have that chance to meet as neighbors and meet with neighbors who are on equal footing and begin to reestablish the benefits and the value of a caucus system. I can't weigh in on the boundary issues. I've lived in Aspen Village, and I was like, why aren't we part of the Woody Creek Caucus? We're so close. And it's like, no, they decided we wouldn't have the same common area interests. And then I could be mistaken, Michael, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand W/J is not. Is that part of the Woody Creek Caucus?
Yeah, they are.
They are. But I'm just saying, you just...
But Aspen Village would show up on a regular basis to the caucus.
They would come, but they weren't, quote, in the boundaries. And so it was up, the Woody Creek Caucus were the ones who drew that boundary originally. And so I can't come in and say it's up to the county to draw boundaries on free association. So I think we should move forward with this, and I think it's the best way that this issue will finally be dissolved. And, we're getting ready to come into the election. I don't know we have some of the highest voter participation rates in Pickens County. God bless all of us. But the rest of the country doesn't. You can't force votes. You can't force participation. We don't invalidate a presidential election unless it goes to a Supreme Court. When they say, well, look, 45% of the people didn't vote. People choose not to vote sometimes. Sometimes they don't vote because they can't decide, and they decide to let others decide. But they can't, if you just compare the participation on all sorts of issues, you're never going to get 100%. And someone's always going to say, oh, the blue book was printed up wrong. They described the issue wrong. so I cannot invalidate an election. You can invalidate the election, all of you, by taking actions through the caucus process and by having a different vote or changing things. But asking me to invalidate the enfranchisement and a vote that was held, I just simply can't do that. So we've all spoken. If others have final comments they'd like to persuade, or if anyone would like to offer a motion, we'll see where it goes.
I have a statement.
Okay, thank you,
So
Patty.
listening to the board, looking back through all of my lengthy notes, I'm coming down to probably what I wrote last. And now I'm coming to it last again. Because I obviously feel like I'm in that hot seat, swing seat vote over here. So I guess my bottom line is, and where I would like to see this go, is back to the drawing table, to have both sides, all sides, sit down at the same table, to actually and honestly talk to each other, with the end result hopefully being to resolve this matter without the need to dissolve or to fracture the historic Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. And yes, wishful thinking on my part, this might well be, but be this as it may, this is what I honestly and truly think would be in the best interest of both sides, Snowmass and Capitol Creek. All of this being said, in light of everything I've read, everything I've heard today from both sides, and in reading and reviewing and listening to legal advice about the County Home Rule Charter, I think that there is finding a fact that the efforts to create the new Snowmass Creek Caucus did follow as best possible the letter of the law and the Home Rule Charter, and I'm going to support the establishment of the new Snowmass Creek Caucus.
Okay. Thank you. That's a difficult decision to make, Patty, and I understand.
And walk out and laugh at me if you might, Michael Kinsley, but it was not an easy decision.
Oh, no, ma'am, I would not laugh.
Okay. I wasn't laughing.
Okay. I understand, and I'm just going to say it for all of us. This is painful. I think all of us wish none of this had come to this table, that you guys were working together better for all sorts of reasons, but it is what it is, and so someone needs to make a motion.
I'd make a motion to recognize the Snowmass Creek Caucus.
With a finding of fact as listed in item 3 on our resolution. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further comments, George?
I'm going to vote against it, but the challenges are really going to be for your community, and you have some healing to do if you're going to be effective in terms of representing your needs and providing input to the Board of County Commissioners on any land use issues. And it's going to take some work, and I'm hoping that there are some lessons that have been learned through this this issue in terms of governance for both caucuses now. How better to ensure that your electorates are informed. How better and how many different opportunities may they have to participate if they're an absentee homeowner. What that representation of that board is. So it's going to need, I think, a real strong governance model. It's going to require strong leadership, and it's going to require some healing, because you guys have more in common than you have in differences. And you need to understand that and work together for the betterment of the entire valleys.
Thank you. With no further comments, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are those opposed, same
Nay.
sign? Nay. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Go in peace, folks, and try to work it out. Somebody should have a party now. Okay, guys, do you want a 15-minute break or what?
Is the bar open?
For Kinsley to get up and walk out.
Wednesday, September 14th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And the next item is a individual consideration item, confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance authorizing a communication use lease agreement with the U.S. Forest Service for the Loge Peak Communication Site in the Aspen Highlands ski area. And John Peacock is going to be presenting that for us.
Yeah, so I am very hopeful that you'll approve this, since the towers you saw yesterday has already been built on Loge Peak. We did an emergency ordinance to approve what for the Forest Service is more of a permit. For us, it's a lease to use the top of Loge Peak as a critical link for the digital trunked radio system. We had received the approved permit with not enough time to post the lease under our regular review process, and so we did come to the board at a previous regular meeting to have it approved as an emergency ordinance so work could proceed. That work is nearly complete at this time, and so we're asking for your confirmation of the emergency ordinance.
I have a comment. Yeah, I want to thank Kara, because she did what I usually do when we have these things come back to us. I always ask if there's any changes, and she put it at the end of the first paragraph. So I would like to make a motion to approve.
And this is not a public hearing, that's correct, it's a confirmatory reading.
Is it a public hearing?
It is a public hearing on the confirmatory reading. There's some
It's not listed that way, but I'm happy to.
Yeah, there's a nuance that's not quite correct in the listing, but that's what it is.
But clearly Patty's made a first and Michael seconded, is that correct? And this is a public hearing. Is anyone here to comment on this item being done? We will close the public hearing. I agree this has been good work, and thank Kara for all of her work moving our project forward. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. That item is finished. Now, the next two items on land use public hearings are for the Deadwood Ranch, a CD PUD amendment, lot line adjustment, merger, activity envelope review, and GMQS exemption, as well as a second item, which is the Deadwood Ranch rezoning and code amendments, first reading. We have been requested by the applicant to continue these until September 28th, and I will open the public hearing in case anyone came to this meeting hoping to comment. Seeing none, I will close that public hearing and accept a motion from the board to continue those two items.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded with no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the AML Investment 4 Limited Liability Corp. Activity Envelope and Site Plan Review.
Tammy Cochin with Union County Community Development, and I am joined by Brian Bogdavine with Uplift Landscape Architecture and Jason Jones, Certified Arborist. So this is for a review and approval of an activity envelope and site plan for AML Investment LLC. This property is located at 76 Placer Lane, shown here on GIS. On October 20th, the county issued a notice of violation on this property because of work being done outside of the activity envelope. They were removing some vegetation on the hillside, which was against some of the county code and some very specific
conditions of approval.
Conditions of approval on the site. So in order to remedy the violation, they're required to submit an activity envelope and site plan to do restoration work on the hillside below the house. And part of their application, the county required that they do a survey of the trees that were affected, and this was completed by Jason here. And it was I think there's 127 trees that were affected, and in his findings, I think 32 of them were,
Summary.
yeah, might be better than trying to remember off.
97 are scheduled for removal.
Yeah, so, find that last page. You see the numbers?
I have 127 that were damaged, 32 that were likely in poor condition prior to the pruning work, and 30.
On page 25.
Okay. And so what I did, I just assessed each individual tree, anything that I thought could be retained because it wasn't pruned back so heavily. We wanted to retain what we could on that hill slope. So and some of the trees had some obvious decay, insect, and disease, so I just analyzed each individual tree with the intent of retaining what we could, and that is what we ended up with.
Okay. And so based on Jason's assessment, Ryan with Uplift Studio put together a site plan following Jason's recommendations of which trees were pruned beyond restore, and put together a restoration plan of which trees should be removed and what should be replanted and how to go about doing that. So I think I can bring up that plan for you. It's kind of small. So as you can see, the residence up here, the prior building activity envelope was in this upper portion, and now this lower section is the new activity envelope to do the restoration work. So part of our county code, we require mitigation for trees removed. So they are proposing to remove 645 inches in addition to take out some of those trees that were so severely pruned. And they'll be replacing 646 inches.
You know, I want to step back and just ask, how did this violation first become known to community development?
Mm-hmm.
And what were they thinking?
Yeah, so, well, it first was called in. I think we had a couple members of the community call it in. And then I was actually called by the City of Aspen Forester, who notified us. And at the time, we didn't have a code enforcement officer, so it was hard to get out on site right away and address it. And just a little bit more background information. This homeowner had come to the county several times. Several arborists had come to us with a tree removal permit, and we had said, no, your conditions of approval don't allow for these removals to occur. So this was, I think, his response to
And beyond the replacement of the trees, what actual punishment for deliberately violating county code? I mean, does the original...
Double penalty for the application.
Yeah, so...
Right, we're...
You'll have to come up to a microphone, Suzanne.
I mean, we're limited. We issued the notice of violation, normal procedure, we asked them to come into, didn't have approval, they didn't have permits. They came in through that process. Right, we double fee people. So we double the fee for a land use application. We can double a fee for their tree permit, which is a very limited fee. But that,
We can, but you're not, are you recommending that?
That's our standard practice, is that under a violation, we double whatever fee is applicable to the process that it's taken to remedy that violation. Unfortunately, in a scenario like this, when vegetation is removed, it's been removed.
Mm-hmm.
And so unfortunately, we can't go back to what it was, and it's not possible to replant the kind of large trees that are there now.
But if we deny this new activity envelope, they would remain in a red tag situation and would be unable to continue building their home?
The home is built, the home is completed, it has been for a number of years.
Okay.
So they're, right, this isn't, it's not going to hold anything up in term, other than some future maybe action on the house. So right, if this was denied in terms of restoration and no
Nothing
tree
would happen.
removal, it would just be what it is today.
Okay. Thank you. And I think you can answer this question, but are we in a position that if any of these trees don't take, we can require replanting over the following years?
Absolutely. In the resolution that was drafted, there is, I think, a one season.
I think
And
we
we
should
can-
extend that to at least 3 to 5 because you just can't tell the first year if the trees are making or not, Patty.
Yeah, well, the arborist recommendation, it varies from 3 to
Species.
7, actually, in reading all the information. And 1 year definitely is not acceptable, especially if the planting occurs now. I think we need to keep an eye on it for a couple of years. And I think we also need to monitor the health of the trees every year. Have somebody go up there, a botanist, an arborist. I think it's very significant. So I have a, can I continue? I have a question as to the removal of vegetation. I think the height reduction of the trees is just a horrible offense. I was up there, I've seen it, I saw it before it was reported and went, and I just think it's so blatant, and it infuriates me that somebody would just go in there and whack 127 trees so they have a better view plane. And what they ended up with these top trees is really not very pretty. But what about the vegetation under the trees? Was that removed too, or? Because we talk about revegetation, and that to me is different than putting in new trees. It's the new shrubs and things that we'll put in there, the native, Gamble oak, etc.
Do you want to talk to that?
I can speak to that.
Yeah,
a bit,
'cause
I've assessed the site fairly thoroughly.
And just point the microphone towards you. There you go.
So, the work was done fairly sloppily, I guess. So it was, the trees were just dropped, and so there was some damage to understory. But the thing is, a lot of that is the native material that's in there is fairly resilient, so it's growing back quite well. So they didn't bring any equipment or anything like that. So generally speaking, I would say there was pretty minimal damage to the understory vegetation.
And speaking of the fact that the manner in which the work was done, do we know who the contractor was, who the tree guys were that came in, and can't we find them? They did it without permits. John Ely?
I don't know if we know.
It was some contractor out of Grand Junction. I even believe that Aspen Tree Service had been asked to do the work in a year or two previous and came to us, and we said no. So I think the contractors in our valley are pretty aware of.
Well, I don't care where the contractor's from. The fact that he did something without permits, having been previously they asked to have the work done and knew that they didn't have the permits to do it. So the owner, we do that with contractors when they do work without permits. So
I think, again, we'd have to look, but I assume it's somebody who's not even, isn't a permitted contractor. Again, I think he was, a vegetation removal, more in kind of the landscape realm. So, I don't think it's in the past when we've had other issues and you can go after someone's contractor license.
We don't know if we have that.
That's the scenario.
So
It's
obviously
somebody
they
who does not do work regularly.
They couldn't get work, say, done by Aspen Tree Service, so they went and found somebody who would come in and do the illegal work for them, which only further upsets me. The trees are narrow-leaf cottonwood,
Correct.
and we're going to be replanting narrow-leaf cottonwood.
That's not in the plan.
Why are we not replanting what are we getting this? Why are we not replanting with what has been destroyed?
So in regards to the revegetation of the site, we're really trying to keep this as natural.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, sorry. Ryan Vugdeveen, Lift Studio, Landscape Architecture. And just to clarify, at the beginning of this project, I was contacted April 1st after this work was completed, as well as bringing Jason on after this work was completed, so we were not involved in any of this preceding work. And really, I took the pre-application summary and followed the rules that apply in the land use code, and really wanted to focus on creating a sustainable and natural hillside. And we felt it most appropriate to replant with aspen trees and Colorado spruce, as well as looking at, there's basically two types of scenarios on this hillside. The upland is really very dry, and there's a lot of existing gamble oak up there. So we're proposing replanting with additional gamble oak. And then down below, where there were some aspen trees as well, that were part of the removals earlier as well, that's where we're proposing some thin leaf alder, aspen trees, and Colorado spruce, kind of building on some of the existing vegetation there.
Well, my preference would be something that's fast growing and will create another blockage of their view plane, which was what they were aiming for, was to destroy that. The spruce trees are slow growing. The aspen trees, they're not going to be cottonwood trees, obviously. The alder and the gamble oak are low growing, not going to have the height and the blockage of the view plane. Because that was their intent, was to create that view plane. And I think we're only furthering their intent and giving them what they want by putting in trees that will create that blockage of their view plane again. But you guys are the plant experts, and
Sure.
I
And
probably know too much.
part of the reason
and not
some of the
enough.
cottonwoods exist there because of the man-made conditions in regards to Salvation
Oh, the
Ditch.
ditch. Mhm.
And so we've really tried to focus on what naturally would be there, which primarily probably would just be gamble oak, serviceberry, and chokecherry, and possibly some aspen.
Aspens. But the cottonwoods would come back again because the Salvation Ditch is still there, correct?
Part of the ditch has been piped, and I think future plans are to actually pipe the portion of the ditch that is on this property.
And what to tell hit too, I think even though they're not being planted, there will be regeneration of cottonwood in that area because of all that remains. So I think whether it's the intent or not, eventually you are going to see more cottonwoods regenerating there. There is issues too. I think all the other owners on either side are, would prefer not to have the obstruction too. So I mean, it's
Right. I'm very familiar with that.
yeah. So
I'm
I
very
don't
familiar with
know.
the
I'm
house
just
on
speaking to
Placer.
the conditions alone, as far as what people want or are getting is
Yeah.
out of the context.
I think it's just a very, very unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in.
Yeah. Tammy, I'm sorry we kind of interrupted your presentation with our questions, but if you have more to add going forward.
No, just that it is really unfortunate, and it's we're between a rock and a hard place, and I think the plan proposed, right, it's not ever going to be the same. It is a plan that will further minimize disturbance. It is a slope of, I think, greater than 30%, so to put in large trees and
Be
get
difficult.
heavy machinery in there is just not feasible. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think this is close to the best we can do at this point.
I have a real quick question,
Yeah,
though.
Patty.
On page 12 of your report, it says, work was performed on this lot and the bordering lot below. That's what it says on page 12 under methodology.
You're aware of that, I believe.
The property below, yes.
So, yeah.
So, who's the owner of the lot below that somebody did this work on?
So last fall, the county actually, Public Works, did some
Because we were doing road stabilization up there.
right and some wildfire clearing, and so a couple trees were removed.
So that was actually part of the county's wildfire mitigation, not part of the destruction
Right.
of these trees. Okay, just I wanted to make sure that we weren't, this work didn't encroach on a neighbor's property.
Okay.
Thank you.
One other question on this. There was not an activity envelope here, and we're establishing an activity envelope in order to do the corrective mitigation work. Is that activity envelope then granting them further rights within that area? Once replanted, will they need to keep it in native vegetation, or can they remove native vegetation? Can they make it more of a gazebo area? Would they be able to, quote, come back to expand or move part of the house over to that area since it's been added to the activity envelope? How are we establishing appropriate limitations on that?
So the work that's represented in the planting plan, that's what will be the activity envelope will be limited to, no other work.
Okay,
will
and
be-
so we're very clear, no Kentucky bluegrass in this new area?
Right. That'll all be conditioned in that they'll have to do what is exactly represented. It will be open for however long we specify to do continual maintenance and continual pruning work on those damaged trees.
Okay.
But yeah, beyond just the activity envelope, this is a site plan, and basically the site plan that is being recorded shows this restoration plan. And I think we put, in the conditions a note saying this is all that's allowed to happen within this envelope. If you feel like, we should also state that in a separate condition, we could certainly add that as well. But that's, the site plan is what has been approved.
Okay, well, I think we need to be very, very clear, obviously, with the language, and because we're seeing people disregard very clear language already. So I really would like to make sure we have, and I'll let you work on the wording while we're discussing this, of how to ensure or reiterate yet again that there's nothing other than this replanting and native vegetation, and is not to become a landscaped, groomed Kentucky bluegrass type of area as it was outside the original activity envelope. Michael?
So maybe one of the ways to get at dealing with, I think, what Patty considers an outrage is to lengthen the period of time that the plantings have to be supervised and guaranteed to be. So I don't think it would be unreasonable to suggest a 20-year period of supervising and ensuring that all plants survive as outlined in this resolution. So that may sound extreme, but it's no more extreme than what these owners did to this. It looks like a photograph of the Ardennes after the battle. I mean, it is an outrage. So I don't think 20 years is out of the question.
I would support that amendment. Would you support that?
Yeah, I definitely, and again, on page 16 of the arborist report, under recommendations, I think this is also a great recommendation. Evaluate trees 2 times annually, he said, for the next 5 years, but I think we should, I don't know, we don't think we need that for 20 years, but I think we should have.
I don't see why not, though, Patty. I mean, what's happened here is destruction of a forest that really isn't ever going to be the same. That's what our staff has told us. So what do we do? I mean, and I'd like to send a message that if you alter the landscape without permission, you're going to be responsible for that landscape restoration for 20 years. You make the choice. That's all I'm suggesting.
Yep. George?
Yeah, the only caveat I would put on that is for the existing owner, because it could change hands several times, and it shouldn't be penalize the new owner.
Well, I don't see why not. This is property that he was enhancing.
I agree. I was thinking that through before you even brought it up, George. And you sell the house subject to it. It runs like a deed restriction, runs with the property. And if that diminishes the resale value, then the new owner will take advantage of that. That knowing that they're buying it with this fiscal requirement and long-term requirement, the current owner is the one who set it up. So, okay, let's.
Rachel, I would then support the 20 years, evaluate the trees 2 times annually in order to monitor for and treat for leaf-feeding insects or other pathogens. The heavy new growth and stress from removal of stored energy reserves will make the trees that are retained highly prone to secondary pathogens. And I think that's true. He's altered the natural course of that forest that's there, and I think it does need to be monitored to the best of our ability to reestablish it well and as soon as possible.
And Patty, since you have that provision pulled up, who are the reports of the monitoring given to?
It doesn't say.
Then
I think we would set it up as essentially it's like an annual review. I mean, they would be
They-
submitted to community.
Okay, well, we should say to be submitted to community development on that, just to be clear, so it's not left hanging.
And on a side note, this was really well done. It was actually really interesting reading.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. This is the land use public hearing for AML Investment LLC Activity Envelope and Site Plan Review. Are there members of the public here to speak to this? Sir, please come up and you can use the microphone at the podium and just identify yourself for the public record.
My name is Gavin Brook. I work with Land and Shelter. I am the project representative for the property next door. I'm just here to request that you help them do something about it because it's
Miserable.
It's pretty bad right now. So, you know, currently it's about 100 topped trees, and so I'm just encouraging you to pass this. We've reviewed it. We agree with it. So,
Thank you for taking the time to attend.
So can I ask, how soon could we start with the re-veg? Can we do it this fall, or would we be better waiting till spring for better survivability of the?
That's a good question, is the timeline on this, because we are bumping up against the winter season, so.
Yes. What we are hoping for, and I know in this document, the resolution, it requests by the end of November that this all be planted. The unfortunate reality of available plant materials and the timeline that we're up against, and we didn't really have the ability to secure any plant materials before having this approval. Planting will happen in the spring. I assume it will take about a month to complete that work. However, what could be accomplished this fall is the tree removals, and that's what we'd recommend.
The 97 trees.
We're trying to be as light in the land as possible, and it'd be nice to do that work while it's dry. And then we could start work as early as May, obviously weather pending, and
Vegetation available.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Some of the materials will actually be contract growing because Pitkin County Land Use Code requires native species that are not berry producing. Some of these aren't readily available, so we have a limited ability to work with. Thanks.
On that one point, though, I'd like to ask, I'm wondering about the potential of creating more of a mudslide situation on the slopes if the trees are removed before the winter snows, and then, you know, you have the snow melting off in the springtime. Will those slopes remain stable enough? And would it perhaps be more valuable to remove them in the spring once the melt has finished?
I'll let Jason add to that, but one thing we're recommending is that only a few trees actually be ground down, their stumps, but really all the root balls of the existing trees should remain in place.
Okay.
And we've been very careful about how we've laid out the plant materials. That'll be one way to make sure that everything's secured. As well as vegetation on the hillside is fairly robust, and I think it will actually encourage a lot of new growth in the spring as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my question
That's a good thing
on
to
that.
keep in mind with the ditch right there.
Yeah, so, and if, maybe this is more of an attorney question, but if there were mudslides or debris flows how would we track if it was caused by the removal of all this vegetation affecting the Salvation Ditch? Is there?
Well, that would be a finding that we would have to investigate, so we'd have to have somebody on the site who is qualified to make that determination, to isolate potential causes and to say, yes, this happened because.
Okay.
So should we add something to that?
Well, that's why I was wondering whether that, should there be a beyond notice part of the resolution, conditions of approval, that the property would be responsible for any increased mud flow or debris flow runoff from the site.
Impacting the Salvation Ditch.
Yeah, impacting the ditch or other property
Road.
owners below.
Definitely state that. It is.
I'd like to just put them on notice that this is something we're going to be looking for at the very least. And then, as you're right, we'd have to determine magnitude of contribution to the issue. Okay. Did I already do the public hearing? I did. I think.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member comments, or is there a motion to approve with the amendments that we have discussed, lengthening the time for responsibility for the successful growth of the trees and the twice-a-year review of the health of the trees to 20 years, stating that there shall be ownership responsibility should there be increased debris or mud flows from the property resulting from the removal of the vegetation, and stating, amended to reiterate that this activity envelope and site plan is to be adhered to strictly. It is not an area where new Kentucky bluegrass or non-native vegetations or outdoor amenities, constructed amenities may be added.
You don't want any manicured landscape.
And the report should be submitted to
And the report should be submitted to ComDev on the health of the trees.
Just one question on a deadline for completion, if we're pushing back from originally we said November 14th.
Would you suggest a date, June, July of 2017?
I think July would be good, just based on if we have
Yeah.
we want to get the work completed
And
as
we-
soon as possible. I know everybody does, so we would start work as soon as we could.
Okay, to be completed by July of 2017. Okay, that's the motion. Would someone like?
moved.
Okay, is there a
I will
second?
second that. Thank you.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
good job.
much, and thanks for coming in to do the repair work. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the Soldner subdivision detailed submission and final plat. First reading, and it says public hearing 8/11/16, is that correct? That can't be correct. On our sheet, it says that the public hearing is 8/11/16.
The notice?
The notice, okay, that's what that is.
It should have a PN in front of it.
It should have PN instead of PH, that's why I was, public hearing.
From August.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, and as you present, just enter your names for the record, and you'll have to turn the little microphone towards whoever's speaking.
Right.
Thank you.
Let me just get the right map up for you. Suzanne Wolf for Community Development, joined by Alan Richmond, Stephanie Soldner, and then your daughter, who I don't remember your name. Madeline. I think you were both with us last time with the BOCC. So this is for the subdivision, detailed submission and final plat for the Soldner subdivision. The Soldner lot is shown above. This went through conceptual, so you may all remember it from that. This is an inn-holding surrounded by the city of Aspen, out off of Harmony Road, which is on your way to the Burlingame development, so off of Stage Road. And the development that's out there, the cluster of buildings, was the Soldner family's homestead, I guess you could call it, and Stephanie can speak more to that if you want more of the history. But the application here is to split this into two separate lots, one which would contain the existing structures, and pretty much the line, would cut off this top part of the triangle to create a separate lot up here for a separate single-family residence. This would be accessed directly off of Harmony Road. We did have discussions with the city during the conceptual submission regarding the appropriateness of that access, and they did agree that that was acceptable at that time. So that issue was resolved at that point. And I'm not sure there was really much left to resolve at this point, other than these are the required steps in the process to proceed with the subdivision, that we do require the two steps of conceptual and then detailed submission. But essentially, this is consistent with all of the requirements of the code. And I don't know that there were any specific issues that I wanted to touch on. So I think I'd leave it that staff is supporting this. This is first reading, so it would come back to you at second reading, since it's a formal resolution. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a question, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you, Patty.
Talking about the new driveway that'll be to Harmony Road, is there a boulder wall, rock wall along that section, so we'd have to be cutting in, you'd have to be cutting into that, or is there an area already designated? I don't know who can answer, and I was trying to find something in the information.
There is kind of a flat spot there where the point of least resistance, if you will, into the property. We looked at it fairly thoroughly with SGM, J. Hammond, and identified the appropriate location where the least, essentially where we don't come in on a 30% slope or anything of that nature.
And this is just kind of a side note question, but have the badgers returned? There used to be a family of badgers out there. They have? Because we used to call them the Burlingame Badgers.
Didn't know that.
Very nice.
Yes.
They're really cool.
They've taken care of all of the ground squirrels.
I know, they can be really mean. Thank you, I'm glad to hear that. It's pretty cool to have badgers at this elevation.
Okay, I just want to ask clarification from Jeanette. This is a public hearing now, isn't it? I mean, we're listed under land use public hearings.
This is a first reading, so public hearing would be on the 28th, I believe.
No, today's the public hearing.
No, today's the public.
Our land use stuff follows a bit, because we do, under the land use code, we do our standard 30-day notice.
Yeah.
We noticed that for today. Because it's a formal resolution, it also requires a public hearing for the resolution at first or second reading.
Okay.
So we were publishing, I think we did the separate publication by title and summary that's required under the Home Rule Charter for second reading. So technically, they're really having two public hearings in front of you.
Today. That's why I thought, it was a little confusing on my memo, and I wanted to
Land
be
use stuff
clear.
always is a little more confusing than
Yeah,
the
yeah,
other.
because usually you see second reading as
Don't
opposed
see
to
you
first
that
reading.
much anymore.
And we
So-
did all the notice to neighbors, and the sign was posted.
And I'm not questioning that, I'm just questioning how I was supposed to run the meeting.
That's all done for today's public hearing.
Okay. We'll work on that one.
that on our
Okay,
list.
board members, other questions? Michael?
Not a question, I would call it an artstead rather than a homestead.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Yeah, very
Thank
cool.
you.
Okay, well, let me open the public hearing on this item. Are there members of the public who would care to speak on the Soldner subdivision, detailed subdivision, and final plat? There being none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments, questions, or motions if we're ready.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay. I could tell Alan was all geared up, but I think we're going to steal your thunder here.
It's pretty comfortable sitting there.
And thank you
Don't
for
do this
sitting
by the
through
word.
a longer
If
meeting.
you're happy, I'm happy.
There are no additions or changes to the resolution that anyone has suggested, so I will simply call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure.
Very good.
See you
And
on
good
the
luck with
28th.
this as it goes forward.
Yeah. Can't believe
Okay.
the badgers are back.
So now we go to land use actions. The last item here is the RSS Living Trust minor amendment to a development permit. Mike Kramer.
This one doesn't have as much orange on it. I must have been getting tired of that. Oh, no. The later it gets, the more carried away I get with my. Those are kind of familiar faces, but
Okay, just bringing the map up here.
Excuse me. PDF on there for.
Oh, okay.
Do you have an entry?
Sure.
Use that later.
Okay. Mike Kramer with Picken County Planning Staff, and this is the RSS Living Trust minor amendment to covenants, and then a previous BOCC resolution from 1989. It's identified as 89-74. The applicant is represented here by Glenn Horn and Jonathan Losky, and the location of this property is 3500 Snowmass Creek Road, and is legally identified as Lot 1 Lynn Koppel subdivision. And I have a map of it up here, and I'll just orient you on this. This is Lot 1 Lynn Koppel subdivision right here that's been highlighted. And Lot 2 is just directly south, and the division of the land actually happened in 1989. Lot 1 and Lot 2 are both currently developed with large residences. And in 1989, the board resolution had a condition that prohibited dogs on the property. And in 1989, we obviously had a different land use code, and that was consistent with what the code required. And as the land use approvals moved forward, the residence did not get built with those 89 approvals. It finally got built, I think, in like 2010, 2009, somewhere in there. But in part of the proceedings of the land use approvals, the applicant over the years applied for GMQS allotments for additional floor area. And as you know, in our land use scheme, when someone wants to build a big house that's more than 5,750 square feet, there's two options. One, somebody can use a TDR to build that additional square footage, or they can compete in growth management. And growth management is the acronym GMQS. And the property elected to do that, and in building a bigger house and getting awarded an allotment for square footage, they made certain commitments, and these commitments were recorded in covenant form. And one of those commitments was a dog prohibition, and they basically at that time carried forward that prohibition and recorded covenants that prohibited dogs. So that's what we're doing here today, and the applicant would like to amend that previous approval to eliminate that dog prohibition. There's just a couple things I want to touch on, Rachel, that are pertinent to this. One is that we referred the application out to the DOW, and they confirmed the mapping on the parcel. The mapping on the parcel for wildlife is such that the elk and mule deer habitat is on the east side of Snowmass Creek. And I'm just going to use the pointer here, the cursor. So the development on the parcel, you can see this big long driveway coming in, is happening right here. Those critical ranges that we're concerned about in the code are on the east side of Snowmass Creek, and there's two of them. One is elk severe winter range, and then there's also elk concentration area. And the development avoids those two areas, even though the eastern property line is within those areas. So if you read my memo, I made mention of that. And being that the parcel is 75 acres, a portion of the property, the eastern property line, is within those areas. The development is not, though. And the applicant is asking that to allow dogs and kennel them next to the residence.
How far is it from those areas? 100 yards, 50 yards, 200 yards?
It's a ways.
From the house and where the kennel will be?
Let's ask the consultant that when they get a chance. I'm not exactly sure the distance, but I mapped it and I just don't remember the number in my head right now. But it is a ways away, and it is not within or adjacent to those ranges. So that's that portion. The second is we also did refer it out to the former Snowmass Capital Caucus, and they did provide comments to us verbally.
Which side provided comments? And did they agree on their comments?
I don't know which side did, but they did provide verbal comments saying that they supported this request.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that's what I have on that. And I just want to touch on a couple of things. The GMQS scoring, as you know, there are some years we have lots of competition. There are some years we don't have any. And this was one of the years when the Lynn Koppel subdivision did this. There was a lot of competition. And what happened during that, the subject lot met the minimum threshold, and they were awarded an allotment. Now, if you start winnowing away those commitments that were made, that reduces your score in the GMQS scoring, and there's a potential for that allotment not to be applicable anymore, or that you start positioning yourself differently from someone else who made commitments. So what Glenn did was that he did an analysis showing that when you take away the points scored for the dog prohibition, they still meet minimum threshold, and they do not position themselves any differently than what was in I think that was 2002, I'm sorry, when they did the allotment. So that is okay, and staff agrees with that analysis. The second part of this is that this dog prohibition shows up in a BOCC resolution, and it applies to the subdivision. So the draft resolution that we have provided you shows an elimination of that dog prohibition for Lot 1 only, and the prohibition still applies to Lot 2. And if someone who owned Lot 2 or a future owner wanted to come in, they could come in and ask what they're doing here, but we are not amending Lot 2's prohibition at this time. So I just want to make sure that was clear. And then lastly, we have a draft resolution, and condition number 3 talks about amending the covenants within 45 days if the board would grant this approval. And I said it should be consistent with condition number 5, and I made a mistake. It should have been condition number 4, so that would be a change to the resolution.
Okay.
Yeah. And then lastly, I just want to state too that this application came in as an administrative review, and we wanted to be consistent with how we've done dog prohibition amendments before with the board. And you can remember over the years we've done that, and it was originally scheduled for administrative review. We do have in the land use code an ability to kick to the board for board review, and it was a GMQS allotment and it was a subdivision, so we thought it was applicable and pertinent that you all take a look at this and review it and make a decision on it. And lastly, staff recommends approval for this, and we certainly don't make that recommendation lightly. Over the course of when this application was submitted, we met with Glenn and Jonathan, the wildlife consultant, numerous times to go over mapping distances, what the code means, what the code states. And we certainly do not want dogs running all over the property and chasing wildlife, especially when it's so close to the Williams Hill and these critical ranges on the east side. So we are aware that that is an issue and a problem that we want to avoid. And with the conditions that we've proposed in the draft resolution, we can hopefully tame that and not have that situation occur. So we're recommending approval, and I can try and answer any questions too.
I have a question.
Patty?
Under, on page, I don't know what page it is, 2 of the resolution, under number 4, it says A, there will be no more than 2 dogs shall be at the property at one time regardless of size. And then there's E, and it says visiting dogs to the resident shall comply with these kennel and leashing requirements. So that tells me there can only be 2 dogs of any size, of any type, from anybody on the property at one time. So that means visitors who come with 2 dogs can't bring their dogs on the property, because that would be 4 dogs. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, and then in number 5, failure to comply with the conditions. So if we were out there and 4 dogs were running at large, we could revoke this and put the prohibition back in place, correct?
They would be under notice of violation, and they have the option to remedy the violation by removing the dogs, or they can come in and try and change this resolution.
Okay. But we could also enforce prohibition again. Okay, thank you.
No.
No, we couldn't. It says failure to comply may result in revocation of this approval.
Item number 5.
Item number 5 on the reso, page 2.
I think we have the opportunity to have a hearing.
Yeah.
Right. We wouldn't just out of it. And say they were dogs that came from down the street.
You have to speak to a microphone when you're here.
I don't have a home.
We know what that feels like.
Yeah.
So I would, the way our violations would work, it could come to you in a revocation hearing, and I would assume as part of that, as if you wanted to revoke this approval, that could be an alternative
We could consider
solution.
it at that time.
Right.
Is how I would look at that.
Okay, but it's condition 5. So.
Did you see it, John? Okay, does that make sense now? Thank you.
The other thing is that the letter from Colorado Parks and Wildlife said they would support the ban as long as a few recommendations are met. Fence design and the placement is approved by Colorado Parks and Wildlife before any construction is set in place. But that's not one of our conditions in our resolution.
It is actually.
At least where I was reading it,
Okay,
it said
yeah.
it's already going to be placed on the west side. It sounds like it's already decided.
Oh, no, well, actually, what I said, one of the offerings from the applicant was to put it on the west side, further away from the ranges on the east side of the property, and
Okay.
I thought that was a really good idea. But you're right, DOW does want to approve that, and it's 4D. It says, prior to the dogs entering the property, the kennel or fenced enclosure shall be constructed with a physical barrier that shall be reviewed and determined to be dog-proof by CPW. Invisible fence-type barriers and/or underground fences are not sufficient.
Okay, and I agree with that, but again, it doesn't track entirely with them approving the location. And so I think that we should have put the location back in as well. They'll probably like the west side just like you did, but that's what they asked for. That's what I'd like to give them. Okay, Michael?
I would suggest that no dogs be allowed on the east side of Snowmass Creek. It just says on the hillside east of Snowmass Creek, but I think Snowmass Creek should be the boundary, quite frankly, for dog.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that in the resolution?
Yeah, we put a proposed condition in there, Michael, 4B as in boy. Dogs are not allowed on the adjacent hillside on the east side of Snowmass Creek.
Yeah,
But
but
you're-
it should be changed to they should not be allowed on the east side of Snowmass Creek.
Period.
Because you get dogs over there, then you have to make the distinction where the hillside
Oh,
starts
okay.
and where it
Understood.
ends. And
Good point.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, you've heard some preliminary comments from us, and we're doing relatively good on time. It's 4:11. I know Michael said he had to leave at 5:30. I drive to Denver tonight, so if you guys have some very important items to add for us, please let us know.
Well, with that direction, my name is Glenn Horn for the record.
And thank you very much, Bud.
We concur with the resolution as drafted by the staff, and we have no objection to the suggested changes by Rachel and Michael. With that, we can, I have to say, Jonathan's here to respond to any questions. He can give you a brief overview about the habitat and the proximity of the winter concentration area to the house.
Yeah, I really only had one question there, and maybe others have some as well, or you have something to add, but I'm concerned about the noise, the impact of barking, if you end up with dogs who just bark incessantly in the winter when they're concentrated there. What's the impact, or is...
So that's one of the reasons why we made that recommendation for the kennel to be on the west side of the house. I'm sure you guys are pretty familiar with Snowmass Creek through there, and it's got very tall cottonwoods and spruce trees through there, and so you've got that first of all as a visual barrier. You've got the sound of the creek as a bit of an auditory buffer as well, but having the house as well as another screening mechanism is going to be the most effective, both visual and sound barrier for those dogs. And that's one of the reasons why we added in the restriction of no more than 2 dogs at any time on the property, because the more dogs you have, the more mayhem you have.
More communication may...
And to answer your question about the distance from the eastern edge of the creek and the toe of the slope varies from about just under a quarter of a mile to over a third of a mile. And I spent a lot of time out there on the hillside looking at where the game trails were, where the pellet piles, where all the heaviest browse was, and went out there with Taylor Elm from CPW at the time, and we walked that hillside, and he concurred that it's really, as soon as you get below the toe of the slope, the amount of use drops off tremendously, because that creek bottom holds a lot of snow in winter. And so the migration corridor and winter concentration area really begin at the toe of the slope. And so, like we said, like Mike said, the house is separated by pretty good distance from that toe of the slope, with the tall, mature riparian forest between it, and then we're going that extra mile to put the kennel on the west side of the house.
Okay, thank you. Other board member questions? Being none, let me check my agenda here.
Glad we're not requiring
This
names
is
of these dogs.
This is not a public hearing, so I'm not going to open a public hearing. And board members, questions or motions?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions as amended.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi. Thank you, gentlemen. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you.
And
Yeah, you guys should keep this.
You should keep it.
Wait to see our new one.
we would now go to open discussion, and I will turn to our manager and ask, do you have any new items for us to consider? Not today. Others, I'm going to bring, Patty.
A real quick one. Our discussion yesterday with the clerk's office about the lines, extensive lines for vehicle registration, I came up with what I thought was a great idea last night. I sent it over to Shelley, and she sent me back that they had already been thinking about that, and that was to create the opportunity with directions for people who are waiting in line to actually go online in the office and do their business right there with directions on how to do it.
Yeah, with a
We
laptop.
tried to do it in the past, but with the move, that kind of got lost in the shuffle. There wasn't room, so they're working on finding space for that now. So hopefully that will, would really like to avoid having to hire more staff over there for these periods of high, use. So hopefully this will help address it. And so I thought I was being very smart, but they'd already thought of it.
Well, great minds think
Yes,
alike,
that's what I
Patty,
said to
so
Shelley, great
that's
minds
very
think
good.
alike. Exactly.
I do have one thing I'd like to bring up, and it's one of those funny things, John, that it's hard to tell where the responsibility lies, or sometimes take responsibility for something that you don't have to. And I did mention this to Jody yesterday, and she said she'd start to take a look at it. But the openings from the library elevator into the parking garage are really in bad condition. There's a lot of dust, there's some trash, and there's a lot of streakiness that comes down the walls, probably from the old leaks, and it just doesn't look like they've been repaired or freshly painted or anything. And I know that's a no man's land between the library and the city, but it makes for a very poor entrance to the new library if you've parked in the parking garage. And I thought at first, well, that's just the first floor where I had gotten on, and then actually the second floor entryway to is equally bad. And so I just would like to see us kind of work with the city to work out one way or the other, whatever we have to do to clean it up and make that much more welcoming to the public, to our new facility. Okay, any other comments? Very good. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, I'll third that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
We are dismissed.
Thank you,
How
Chief.
about